vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं।
ये bet में आया
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. Ini manandarki sadyam.
Supervisor McGorty?
Here.
Supervisor Mulherin?
Here.
Supervisor Haschak?
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Here.
And Supervisor Williams?
Here.
Thank you. Good morning.
Okay, next is Pledge Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, a couple of announcements at the beginning of the meeting. The agenda has been modified to accommodate a proclamation. It's item 8A, sponsored by Social Services, recognizing Veterans Day. And so it's going to be part of the consent calendar. Also, I'd like to go at the beginning of our meeting to items from board members. Do we have any board members who would like to give any kind of report? Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. You're talking about a supervisor report at this moment?
Yeah, we're going to go to it at the beginning of the meeting.
Okay. Well, one issue that's front and center in the comments that we've been receiving is the desire for an ad hoc or a standing committee for some of the cannabis issues, especially around the portal and the equity grant. So I'm proposing that we form an ad hoc. And I think that Supervisor McGorty would be a partner in that.
That's correct. I would partner on a limited ad hoc that's very focused and specific to the portal to be sure that we move it forward and are efficient so that people who've started the process can finish without too much stress and undue delays.
Okay. So unless seeing major objections by or the chair will create an ad hoc committee focused on the cannabis portal issues.
If Supervisor McGorty is willing and the chair, if we could also deal with some of the equity issues too. And this could end all before the end of the year. Okay. So at the end, when we reconstitute the ad hocs and everything, we could certainly disband this one, maybe go to a standing committee format.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'd be willing to commit to that, and let's see how it goes. I personally don't want to be on a standing committee because I think it would take a huge amount of time, and there's other things that are important to me that I want to follow through and see that it gets done, especially since we're coming along with our strategic plan, and we will be looking at a change of leadership in the county organization, and I want to be sure I've got plenty of bandwidth to address that.
Okay, understood. Supervisor Mulherin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have concerns that 2 board members giving direction to the cannabis program is really not enough open information for the community. So that is why I have consistently not wanted an ad hoc or a standing committee. And, this board has provided direction to the cannabis program director, the 5 of us. And I just think it's really important that we have these conversations in public and that it's not being directed by individual board members.
Understood. Supervisor McGorty?
So I agree with you 100%. So what I see happening with the ad hoc is to basically come up with solutions and then bring them to the board, because we're all in this together and we want to make sure that it's board policy, not individual supervisors policy. So you're spot on.
Okay, Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, does Supervisor Mulherin have an alternative to the ad hoc?
The alternative is that the 5 of us discuss and provide direction.
For example, hosting a workshop with all 5 of us?
I think that would be a great solution. We still have a lot of cannabis issues to work out. We need to talk about 10A17 and phase 3 opening. There's a lot of work to still do with cannabis, and I just don't think that 2 board members should hold all of that responsibility. It should come from the 5 of us.
Supervisor Heshek, then Supervisor Williams.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So I think that, the gist of the ad hoc, of any ad hoc, is that you work out the issues and then bring the recommendations to the full board that needs board direction. And, we haven't been spending the time on these issues as a full board. And I don't think we want to spend the time as a full board on these. So if the ad hoc can kind of narrow the issues down, come with recommendations, and the board can act on those one way or the other, then I think that will be a much more efficient use of our time.
Supervisor Williams.
And I don't see, it's November 9th. We're talking about disbanding this ad hoc at the end of December. I don't see that the ad hoc will be able to host meetings, come up with a plan, get it on the agenda, have the board give direction and make any difference by end of year. I just don't see how that schedule can work. So I'm with you on the concept, but the practical aspect of will this make a difference? I think it may actually make the situation worse. And if there are unresolved items related to cannabis equity and grants, I think we should schedule a workshop as soon as possible, and all 5 of us give direction.
All right, Supervisor McGordy.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I kind of feel like that the portal issues are probably mostly tinkering and needing to add some resources and more importantly, communicate really clearly what's going on, because a lot of people are concerned that they have no chance of getting their permits, and that's not the case. So it's just taking a while to process everything. And meanwhile, people are getting really upset, which I'm trying to address here. So as it goes to more involved issues, which the equity grants and so forth are involved, they probably will take a little bit more discussion, and we have to think about what resources we have at our fingertips, including West Company, who could potentially help us since we have them kind of on retainer to be economic development specialists. So these are things that we probably would do better if we had a little more time, and 5 heads should be better than 2.
So how about we do this? How about we appoint Supervisors Hashek and McGordy to work with staff to develop an agenda for a workshop, just narrowly focused on the portal and the equity grants. And the clerk of the board's office will work with the supervisors to schedule that workshop as soon as possible, possibly by the end of the year, possibly at the beginning of next year. But basically the purpose of the ad hoc is to work with staff to present options for the board at a workshop.
I can support that.
Supervisor Hashek?
Yeah, that sounds like a great idea.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yeah, I'm supportive. I just, meanwhile, I hope we do put a little bit more communications in place for the portal, because I think the portal is working okay, but there seems to be some lack of understanding of what's happening in terms of process. So that would be the only thing that I would add to it, is let's step up communications to the applicants so they know where they are and where they stand. Because we're all getting copies of people who feel like they're getting bumped out of the process, which they're not. And it's just taking time to cycle through and address all the people who've applied. So we need to make sure that people are clear about this, that they're still very much in the process.
Okay. Supervisor Williams? Your audio.
Should we ask the program to comment? I mean, we can clear up some of the lack of communication today.
Yeah, if the department's not in right now, they could come in. I see Kristen is in the meeting.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me? This is Kristen Nevedal, Cannabis Program Director.
Yeah, we hear you.
Great. In the grant agenda, or the grant item for today, there is a portal information or statistic sheet, so you could look there to find that. Just in reviews alone, we have about 340 outstanding reviews. We had 211 new submissions, just brand new applications in the last 10 days, and a total of 554 applications submitted altogether. So just getting through the portal itself with initial reviews is going to take 2,044 hours of staff time, with a price tag of around $255,000 for the county. We are, and this is also in the proposal for the grant, planning to, as I mentioned in the previous board meeting, to re-review all incomplete applications for issuance of a correction letter or a denial letter. And that probably won't be able to start until January, simply because we are so backlogged, and with the holidays, both November and December are short months for work days. So it's going to take us probably 4 or 5-ish weeks between now and the end of the year to complete the reviews that are in just the initial submission. There are a number of reasons why applications may be denied, and I think it would be somewhat inappropriate for us to move forward applications that are woefully incomplete and or lack compliance, such as state licenses and water rights, just as an example. So we have been having discussion and working with county council to look at what those criteria might look like. But we are still sending notifications as we review initial submissions. And the reality is that some folks may be denied through the portal. So that's my update. I'm more than happy to answer questions.
Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. One of the issues that's been brought up to me by several people has been people who, cultivators who have thought they were applying through the portal, consult or paid and contracted with a consultant, and then the consultant ended up not filing the materials into the portal. And so the deadline came, and these people, I think 47 or so, found out that their consultant hadn't done the work that he had promised. So how are we going to deal with that?
That's a conversation we're currently having with county council. We've received some emails, but unfortunately they're largely anonymous. No one wants to name the consultant. No one wants to give us their AG numbers. I have one AG number out of those complaints right now. And I think I know who the consultant is. So we're doing some forensic sort of examination of the portal to try to figure out how many applications were started by that consultant and how many were submitted. But if folks aren't going to come forward, name the consultant so I can make sure that I can do the proper discovery in the portal and have IAS do the proper discovery in the portal, it's a pretty nebulous conversation to have. But county council is aware of it. We have talked about it. And once I can get more information from both applicants and public, and what we get back from, as I mentioned, IAS, who's looking into the portal, we can figure out a plan from there. But currently, I don't have enough information to really know who that might be impacting as far as our applicants are concerned.
Well, they're certainly telling me who the consultant is. And, I've had several people in that situation. So,
Great.
so I'll
Maybe
talk
you
to
could
you
share
later.
that with us. Send me an email. That would be fabulous.
Sure.
Okay, all right, so we're going to create an ad hoc committee, Supervisors Hashak and McGorty, to work with county staff to develop items for a special workshop as soon as possible. Okay, do we have any other reports? Okay, we will go to public comment, including public comment on the consent calendar.
Yes, we do.
First in the line is Michael Katz, followed by Ron Edwards and Monique Ramirez.
Good morning, supervisors and county staff. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I have a comment here for public expression. I also have a comment on consent calendar item 4F that I will hopefully get a second chance to discuss. I want to start by identifying that when the county identified the growing drought crisis, there was a swift action taken. The board formed a drought task force, began holding public stakeholder meetings, and working towards solutions. Ultimately, the county went so far as to subsidize water delivery to coastal tourism businesses to address the needs of a sector of our local business community that was struggling. It was encouraging to see the county go so far to support local businesses. Yesterday, I had the pleasure of joining a drought task force meeting with Supervisors Haschak and McGorty to begin discussions of our still precarious water situation with an eye to working together to address concerns and develop solutions. There were multiple stakeholders in conversation, from environmental health to water rights attorney, to water district managers, environmentalists, the Farm Bureau, and folks from various parts of the county sharing ideas and considerations. It was a true pleasure to see direct engagement with the community on an issue that matters to all of us. I bring this up to illustrate the stark difference in how our cannabis program operates and how our local licensed cannabis operators are being left behind due so far to the board's unwillingness to create a standing committee to address the plight of our cannabis community. I sincerely appreciate the ad hoc with the limited scope that is being discussed today, but as I'm sure you all saw from the 5-page memo that had 7 co-signing organizations, there are no less than 10 major issues that are currently facing our local cannabis operators. We know we have a crisis. When faced with the drought crisis, no one suggested that we as a community stand by and see what happened before we took action. And so now, with the crisis of licensing, the crisising of market access, there are hundreds of local licensees who contribute to the socioeconomic health of this county, both from a tax revenue standpoint, but also from spending their money in the community, supporting local businesses. With their families, they represent thousands of our friends and neighbors who are in crisis. If we do not create a mechanism to truly address this, it will continue to worsen for all. I urge you to hear the needs of your constituents. We support the immediate formation of the ad hoc, but we would like to see that transition to a standing committee to support the Mendocino Cannabis Program and local stakeholders as we work together to improve conditions on the ground for licensed cannabis operators in the entire county. Thank you for your consideration of this very important item.
Next on the line is Ron Edwards.
Yes, I also have signed a consent calendar. I would like to say, and I was part of the redistricting meeting, and those meetings went very smooth. They were run by the clerk of the board office, and you know, simple access of raising your hand in those meetings got you in. And it was so late that information was published for this meeting. And for the last 3 board meetings, cannabis has been discussed during public expression. Where's the proper notice to the public that these issues would be discussed? It needs to be timely. If somebody were to tune into the board meeting this morning, how are they able to comment on these issues? Where are you getting the public input? These are very complicated issues, and we cannot, I do not feel that it is appropriate to keep discussing cannabis during public expression, because call me cynical, but there is the 10-minute rule that could always be applied. So I support Supervisors Haschak and McGurty to bringing a workshop back. I mean, we really need a workshop to discuss this issue. As Michael Katz spoke, there are lots, it's not just one issue. There are a lot of different issues that need to be talked about in detail. So I'm curious as to how we can continue to do this during public expression. Thank you.
Ready?
Yes. Next on the line is Monique Ramirez, followed by Kareen Powell.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. This is Monique Ramirez, speaking on behalf of the Covelo Cannabis Advocacy Group. We are really grateful to see that this ad hoc is going to be in formation now to work with the community and bring back solid recommendations that can create solutions for the board to hopefully adopt. One concern, though, that I do have, or we have, in listening to this discussion earlier, is potentially this not coming back until after the end of this year. And I want to highlight that the equity grant issues need to be addressed now. And just for context, I want to provide my own personal experience going through the process. It has come to my attention that I have to provide insurance of property damage or liability insurance for up to $1 million on my property. And as I've been looking to figure out how to afford that and talking to insurance providers, we have a Class K house that we are currently building on our land, and we have signed a release of liability so that no one will be, held accountable if we get injured while we're building our house, between us and the county. And yet, it's going to be very challenging to find insurance that now creates a policy to create liability for building out something on our property with this equity grant. And mind you, I'm planning to spend my money on improving my fence and adding a better gate to our entrance of our land for security reasons. And and yet I have to have $1 million of insurance for that. And the insurance provider I talked to last night said, you can't really pick both things. You can't have a release of liability and then also have liability insurance on the other end. You kind of have to pick one. He thought that there would be complications for those that are on properties that don't even have a house, to find insurance that would meet these requirements. So it's really nuanced and it doesn't make sense to me. And the solution, I think, is to create an insurance allowance to where people can sign a release of liability holding nobody responsible if something happens. And I would hope that the ad hoc will be able to explore this, but also bring back this recommendation before the board in a timely manner so that we can get this funding. It is the only thing holding up my application right now for a check to be written out to me. So I don't want to pay for insurance if it's not needed. And now I have to sit and wait for the outcome to be determined. There's a lot of other issues, again, with the portal, and I appreciate Supervisor Haschek for bringing up the unfortunate situation for those that had hired a consultant and now they're not able to get in the program because their consultant failed to provide the documents in time. And I hope that there can be an appeal process put in place. Again, these are very time-sensitive issues, and I hope that these things can come back before the board before the end of the year. Thank you so much for the opportunity to comment.
Next on the line is Corrine Powell.
Good morning, board. Corinne Powell from Ukiah. I'm a cultivator, as I think you all know, and I have been one and in the program since 2016. I am an Appendix G applicant, and I am very concerned that Appendix G folks are being completely backburnered. There was a recent email from staff that circulated saying that Appendix Gs have not been looked at since September the 16th. And there was documentation in Kristen's response to requirements for grants put out by the DCC, very, very short term, haven't been able to digest it all correctly. But the only mention I really saw was that maybe Appendix Gs could be addressed by 2023. For those of us who are in this limbo, we have not had adequate information on how to proceed and whether Appendix G applications will be processed in any timely way in advance of the need to renew, both with the state and at the county level. I am very supportive of a standing committee. I don't know why there is so much reluctance on the part of the board. This is a structure that would potentially work not only for county leadership, but also for stakeholders to make sure that information is adequately presented for board determination. I am concerned that the cannabis department locally wants to write Appendix G checklists. I don't understand where that comes from, how they will have enough information. if the applicant is not doing this themselves. If the county is going to take over that process, what is happening to those of us who had hired consultants and previously submitted? There are so many issues. We need you to be engaged, supervisors. We need you to participate swiftly to keep those of us who have been compliant for these many years to have a pathway. So far, I don't see that happening. It's been promised. Lots of obstacles are in our path that are not defined. We need attention on Appendix G as much as we do on portal issues. Thank you.
Next, we have a voicemail.
And we're just taking a moment to get this queued up. Thank you.
John McCowan, agenda item 4F. Chair Jurdy and members of the board, I request that you pull item 4F, the local assistant grant program application, from the consent calendar so that the board can have discussion and give direction. I think it's critical that the grant application include a request for funding for an environmental impact report for a discretionary land use permit system in alignment with what was provided for in Chapter 22.18. Without an EIR and without such a permit system, many current applicants will have no opportunity to obtain a state annual license. Thank you for your consideration of pulling the item from consent, having discussion, and hopefully giving direction to include funding for an EIR in the grant request. John?
Okay. I understand, Supervisor Hashak, you wanted to pull item 4F for discussion?
That's correct.
Okay, well, go ahead.
Oh, well, 4F is the local jurisdiction assistance grant application. And I don't think we received it, and the public didn't see it until last night. And so I just wanted to, I think that there are some concerns about it. And I think that the public deserves to have input. And I'm willing to, we had one meeting about it a couple weeks ago and provided some input. I don't know if the public's been able to really digest what's in the grant, since last night when it was uploaded. But I'd be willing to have another meeting on Friday morning if the cannabis program is willing and the people want to attend a town hall style meeting where additional input could be provided.
Okay. Supervisor McCarty?
Former Supervisor John McCowan raises some interesting points, which was one of my concerns about when 2218 was not adopted, which is environmental impact reports and being CEQA compliant with our present ordinance. I just wonder if County Counsel Christian Curtis can weigh in on the idea of doing an EIR at this time.
If I may respond to the chair, so if the board wants to go ahead with a new discretionary program, you would need to go ahead and do an EIR as part of that program. I think in connection to this item, the question would be essentially, would that expense be eligible for the state grant program, and should it be included in the application? I had thought I had understood from the program that it was not eligible, but candidly, I'm not particularly closely involved in that. You might want to ask the program as to whether or not this program would fund that sort of activity, and whether the environmental review as part of that program would be something that would be eligible for the grant funds. I'm not sure if that answered the question, Supervisor McGorty. If there's something else, I'm happy to speak to
Sure.
that.
So the question would be, let's suppose that yes, we could use the money, and then we start an environmental impact and we want to be CEQA compliant. What would a timeline like that look like to complete all the necessary due diligence to make it happen?
Sorry, let me respond to the chair. My apologies, I'm having a little bit of difficulty with my microphone. Realistically, I think the timeline would probably be a couple of years, maybe a little bit more, before we both complete the environmental review and have some sort of ordinance in place. A lot of that's going to depend upon whether or not we get a CEQA challenge. I would imagine that with something as contentious as this, it's very likely that regardless of what the program does and regardless of how thorough the EIR is, there's likely going to be someone unhappy enough to go ahead and bring some sort of challenge. So that could potentially introduce, if we're talking about maybe 2 years on the short end, that could introduce possibly, in some cases as much as 3 or 4 years of additional delay. So, for example, we're currently in CEQA litigation related to the Harris Quarry project. I believe that project was initiated, I want to say, in maybe 2015, 2016. So there's a lot of variables in there. I would say on the low end, you're probably looking at about 2-3 years to get the process done, and it could easily be longer than that.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
I'm always supportive of environmental study, but as I understand the eligibility of this particular source of state funds, it's to get the current applicants through. And our program is currently CEQA compliant. So I think it would be a bit of a stretch to argue that we're going to do an EIR for a discretionary land permit that doesn't yet exist, that this board might pass in the future, without knowing what those terms would be, what that framework would look like. It just strikes me as nebulous. I don't think we would be successful in getting the state money. As I understand, this type of EIR may cost $1 million. And I guess I'd like to hear from my colleagues, if we can't get state funding to do a $1 million EIR, do we want to use $1 million of our general fund for this purpose?
I'll answer that. I would not. Supervisor McGorty.
Yeah, I would hope that it would, first of all, let's just keep going with the program that we have. If it's CEQA compliant and the state is with us, then let's continue. If the state indicates that this is going to at some point not work for you, then we better start planning. If we have to pay $1 million for an EIR, it should probably come out of the cannabis pay for it rather than general fund. That's my belief.
Okay, Supervisor Hashik, you brought up this item, so want to kind of summarize?
Well, just looking at well, we don't have the text, and it's problematic when we're voting on the concept of this grant application, and we really haven't been able to study the text of it. I'm appreciative of the cannabis program for providing some of the draft text to me last week, but I still think that the public needs to have input, and I think that we can approve it, but with maybe, I'd like to have a town hall with people to discuss whatever issues are outstanding when they are able to see what we're actually we're applying. This is $18 million. We spent a lot of time with the PG&E grant or settlement money. And so I think that we need to give this due consideration too.
So I'd like to ask the program manager, Kristen Ebedal, if she's able to join the meeting again. What is the deadline for the grant submittal? We do have meetings Monday and Tuesday of next week. Would it be possible to just continue this item to one of those meetings?
The grant must be submitted by 11:15, so on the 15th by 11:59 p.m. And I think just, may I speak to the CEQA, the PEIR question?
Sure.
I think it's important to note that the Appendix G pathway that Mendocino County is working with for the 10A17 applicants was codified into state law this summer, and it's also was validated in the emergency regulations that were passed. So that is a legal CEQA pathway, which reduces some of the nebulousness that the program has experienced previously, because it is a valid CEQA pathway at this point. Additionally, the reason why we're looking at June 30th, 2023 to make sure that all applications and Appendix Gs are processed is because any application that has not turned into an annual permit and subsequently had their Appendix G completed is not eligible after the June 30th, 2023 date for provisional license renewal. So the timelines are incredibly short. We have 20 months to process everyone and get through that Appendix G. Oh, and Friday, I am not available on this Friday, so I apologize for that.
Okay, so we do have a deadline to submit the grant application by Monday. Kristen, what flexibility is there if after the grant's submitted, the county wants to make some minor changes in the grant program? Or is there some flexibility built into it?
Yeah, there's absolutely some flexibility built into it. It is a 4-year funding opportunity. So we need to submit our initial application by that deadline, but then there is an opportunity to have some conversation with the state and adjust some of the budgeting accordingly as agreed upon between county and state.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak, you said you've had some discussions with the Canvas program. Do you feel confident that that the kinds of input you might be getting in meetings could be worked into the program during those 4 years?
Well, it seems like we should get it right the first time. And I think the key to that is communication with the public. So what I could do is I could set up a Zoom town hall meeting for Friday morning. I could take input, provide it to the cannabis staff, and hope, if they bring it back on Monday, then we could, maybe we could get it more fine-tuned.
Supervisor McGordy?
John, and board, I had kind of thought that we might go the direction of a citizen advisory group, which could work with you, where people can kind of consolidate their thoughts, which is an alternative to having an ad hoc. It's been used, of course, for things like Measure B and in the past for Forest Advisory Committee, and it's where basically our constituents have a chance to sort of winnow down what it is they need from the board, which saves us some time, plus also focuses decisions. And I know there's enough people in the community who think a lot about this, and whereas I'm just finding it hard to really have enough bandwidth to be able to take on all the challenges that we have as supervisors, plus a very complicated and contentious issue. It's not that I don't care. I care a lot. These people are our neighbors and they're farmers, which I have a special place in my heart for farmers because I am one. But I kind of feel like there's so much stuff that we really need to have sort of some focused agreement with a board member who can bring things to us so that then we can have an organized discussion that's not all over the place. And as a point of efficiency, I think that would work well. It's pretty clear that with the referendum, that the board as a group is not aligned with what's the will of a lot of our constituents. So that concerns me as well, is that in some respects, we're not listening to the right voices. So this is why I think a citizen advisory group would be really useful.
Of course, the key to that is make sure it's a diverse citizens advisory group. I've seen a few in the past that the county had related to cannabis where people from one faction were on one committee, people from another faction were on another committee, and the recommendations that came forward probably didn't reflect what the public wanted. Kristen, you have another comment?
Yeah, thank you so much for that. I would like to request that if the board is going to essentially bring the grant or ask for the grant to come back on the 15th, that some time be made today so we can at least walk through or present what's in the grant proposal. There is still work to do on the grant proposal. We have, I personally have copious hours into the grant proposal. And I think it would be helpful just for the public and the board to understand what's in here, especially before going into a community meeting, so that it just will make for a more constructive conversation, I feel.
Okay, well, we're discussing it right now. Do you want to discuss it right now if you have the ability to share your screen, or do you want to, we can continue this item until later in today's meeting?
I'm happy to discuss it now. I don't seem to have access on the Zoom. Oh, okay, give me just a moment here. Okay. Can everyone see my screen? And should I make it larger?
We can see it, but it's pretty small numbers.
We'll do it in 2 halves. Okay. Is that better for folks?
Yes.
Okay. So this budget sheet, which is pretty small in the attachments, but this is what I attached, this is a compilation of all of the programs that we're running in the cannabis department currently. We have 278 annual permit holders. Prior to the portal, we had 144 that were in good standing. We assigned 679 applicants to the portal and received 554 out of 679 in submissions. We are up to 97 complete applications. However, we do have, as I mentioned earlier, around 338 or so to continue processing. The difference between 554 and 97 is 457. And so this number here is 90% of the incomplete applications added to the 144 in good standing to create an estimated phase 1 and phase 2 applicant pool to work through the permitting process. So just an overview of the numbers that we've put into this program so far. This top table here, lines 10 through 18, is the total table. We estimate that it will take us or cost roughly $2.5 million to process phase 1 and phase 2 applicants from this point to the 2023 CEQA completion deadline. Portal applications, this assumes we're going to be reopening and re-reviewing all of the incomplete applications and writing corrections letters for approximately 90% of them. That's what this number assumes. So at this rate, we will have put 4,064 hours into the portal. The reason why Ms. Powell has not had her Appendix G reviewed yet is because we are all hands on deck with the portal with 5 staff. 3 of them are planners, myself, and then 1 admin. So at 2,044 hours, there is not enough time in the day or the week to attend to much else other than the portal. This item here, the Track It data management, the grant itself requires robust permitting reporting, which we have no capabilities to export out of Track It currently. So we are proposing to build in those capabilities. This would be largely contractor supported. MCP staff would oversee the build out as far as what items are captured in the data. And then the contractors that we're looking to work with to help meet the needs of the phase 1 and phase 2 applicants and the cannabis program would be responsible for data entry, which is why we're looking at 930 hours of contract support in relationship to Trackit data management. Phase 1 and Phase 2 application review, we're looking at approximately 14,099 hours. This is based on the fee justification charts that we put together to set fees. It has removed these hours, have eliminated the hours for initial review, simply because the portal is the initial review process for the vast majority of these applicants, or those 144 that were in good standing have already been initially reviewed. So this covers the environmental and compliance review, as well as file management and issuance expenses. We are looking to try to finish the Phase 1 and Phase 2 application review by December 31st of 2022, which will give folks some additional time to wrap up their Appendix G, whether we write it or they write it themselves. We've put a pool of renewals in here. Because we have fees coming in for renewals, we're noting that item in line 38 here in green. These are the fee revenues we anticipate. Part of the reason why this appears on the grant program is because we are looking to bring contractors on to help us process renewals over the course of the next couple of years. And while that renewal is in-house, it is a perfect time to draft Appendix Gs. We are proposing that we take on the drafting of Appendix Gs, and I'm happy to answer questions about that. This is a second year of renewal processing. So what we don't capture in the first year, we'll try to wrap up in the second year, 2022 to 2023. I have split Appendix Gs into two pools in this table. The first is for folks who have permits. We have about 3,166 hours we're looking at in Appendix G review and or drafting for Phase 1 permit holders. We will have some fees coming in for those Appendix Gs. We're looking for the grant to cover approximately $104,000 in contractor hours to assist with these Appendix Gs, which may very well be happening during renewals. And this 5.1 table is for applicants. This assumes that we maintain the applicants that come through the portal through the remainder of the process, issue them permits, and work their Appendix Gs. We also have contractor hours in here. And we expect about 5,692 hours within that pool. So this side of the table really is simply a staffing plan and looking at cost expenses for staffing and bringing contractors on to help facilitate that workflow. So I'll pause because it looks like we might have some questions, and then I can go to the other side of the table.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
For $18 million, how many applicants are we going to get all the way to annual state license?
I'm hoping we'll get everyone to the end of the license. So this is, we're looking at $2.5 million to process Phase 1 and Phase 2. This is line 15 here is the tally. So $2.5 million in staff, labor, time, and looking to cover 2.3 almost million of that in grant funding.
And do you have adequate staffing, or do you need more?
Well, we need about 10 to 15 planners. We have recently hired a program administrator and another planner. We're looking to open up the planner referral or solicitation process again. We, out of about 14 planners on the Planner 1, Planner 2 list, only 4 of them chose to interview with cannabis. So these numbers could change if we have to bring on more contractors due to an inability to hire because of lack of interest in working in the cannabis program.
So for the board, one variable we can control in recruitment and retention is compensation. Given that this program has been staffed at an anemic level, maybe since its inception, do we want to have a discussion about adjusting compensation to market rate, meaning what does it take to fully staff?
Kristen, if the salaries of the cannabis division were raised, could the grant cover the extra costs, or at least a good portion of it?
Yes, the grant could cover those additional costs. We are looking to add some staffing into the grant that has not been put in yet. I mean, the GIS staffing is in here, but yes, absolutely. And we are going to put a kind of a margin of error, so to speak, for overtime. All of the staff has been working copious amounts of overtime just to make sure that we get folks through the portal. So we have accrued significant overtime hours at this point.
So Kristen,
that will continue.
Yeah, several years ago, the board saw a presentation of social service positions, licensed clinical social workers, and how statewide there's a chronic vacancy or lack of licensed clinical social workers. Many counties, perhaps most, end up hiring less than half, filling less than half their positions with licensed clinical social workers, and the rest of the positions are people without that credential. Those vacancies are even more chronic on the children's services side because it's extremely stressful, that job, because they're sometimes making decisions about whether or not to remove a child from the household. And what they find statewide is that people migrate from children's services to adult services, where they're intervening for senior citizens that maybe are being neglected or taken advantage of by either a family member or a family friend. It's more gratifying, not quite as stressful to work in adult services. And so because of that, there are counties, I think Yolo County is one of them, that pay a premium to people who work in the more stressful, less desirable job. And I think, it's pretty evident that almost no experienced planners in Mendocino County, I believe none currently, are working in the cannabis division. Probably indicates the stress level, the lack of satisfaction, job satisfaction, et cetera, not due to the manager, but due to the projects that they're managing and the readiness maybe of some of the applicants. So given all that, I think it'd be, it does seem to be appropriate that there be some sort of pay premium, sort of, combat pay for people who are in the cannabis division. So, so anyway, so I think that's totally appropriate, but I don't know that we're really in a position at today's meeting to figure out what that should be, but I think there is a way to establish that. Sometimes that kind of a pay premium might be 5 or 10%, that kind of thing. So anyway, so I would support some sort of pay premium for people who do choose to work in the cannabis division. I think their longevity there is not going to be as great as in the other departments, but maybe the premium pay would keep people around a little longer. Supervisor McGordy.
This question is for Kristen. So when this is, and you probably said it and I just may have missed it, what is your time frame to create this sort of core group of licensed cannabis growers in Mendocino County?
I mean, we have until June 30th of 2023 to get everyone's annual permit and CEQA completed. That is all the time we have from the state. After that June 30th, 2023 deadline, anyone without an annual permit and having filed their CEQA documents with us, or us having drafted those CEQA documents, will not be eligible for provisional licensing renewal. So we would like to have the resources, the staffing, and the contractors available to process 100% of our phase 1 and phase 2 applicants, as far as their permits are concerned, by December 30th of 2022, and then be wrapping up the Appendix Gs for the rest of our pool in that next 6 months. But that's a total of 20 months to get all of these folks through the pipeline.
Okay, and how many people do you think, and ultimately, how many licenses or permits rather do you think will be issued?
I mean, what we estimated was that 90% of those who are incomplete in the portal will make it through corrections letters. And that's what we've estimated for this. There are some disqualifiers in the ordinance that we can't do anything about, such as tree removal. So folks who've removed commercial species of trees, it's going to be almost impossible to move them forward because that is a flat prohibition. The same would be true if we somehow, some way had turned phase 3 into a discretionary program. There is a clear 100% prohibition on those activities if they occurred on or after May 4th of 2017. So We will lose some applicants due to tree clearing issues, in my estimate, but I imagine most other folks, if they are compliant with their environmental permits, have legal water sources, have a state license, and have a pretty good shot of moving forward to an annual license.
And how, what is the actual number? I'm just wondering, I'd like us to establish some timelines and metrics so that we know what our program is doing.
Yeah, so I think if we wanted to look at an actual number, we could take this 555 and we could add it to this number right here, which does not need to be a dollar sign, but we're looking at about 833 folks coming through phase 1 and phase 2. And this is, okay, yeah. So 833 is what this has calculated.
So you're saying by, hopefully our goal is by July of 2023 that we have somewhere around 800 cannabis growers in good standing that are totally legal with both the state and the county.
Correct. They will have annual permits and have the paperwork completed to transition to their annual license at the state level.
Well, and this is great because I mean, this has been such a nebulous process up to this point. I've really had, it's been very unclear to me what our legal cannabis industry looks like. So thank you for that.
All right, Supervisor Heshak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. When I was looking at the hourly rates for contractors versus the in-house planners, it was almost triple or quadruple the amount. And so that contractors were receiving hourly versus what in-house was. So I would think that going back to that issue of doing a supplemental or some kind of increased pay for people working in the cannabis program seems appropriate. Because if we can do it more in-house, I think in the long term, we'd be saving a lot of money rather than contracting out. And I'd rather do it that way. And really, it is good news that the state's putting all this money into making sure that these the cultivators in our county can get through. And if we're looking at 833 out of the 1,100 we were looking at before, that's almost 80% rate versus the 10% that was talked about earlier. So I'm hopeful that we can achieve that, because what we want is we want a viable legal cannabis program in our county.
Okay, Supervisor Williams, I see a hand raised in the clerk's office.
Yeah, as far as a viable program, it strikes me that the California's program is ridiculous. We're talking about spending $18 million to do some paperwork, and we're still not sure how many will get through it after all these years. It's, I think it's our role to push back on the state. This is regulation that just can't possibly work. It's entirely rigged for Southern California corporate grows, not legacy small backyard grows in Mendocino County. But I'll put that aside. When I search for open positions, our open positions, I search cannabis, no jobs found. I search planner, there's one chief planner position advertised for Fort Bragg, not cannabis related. So we have a department that's understaffed, but how would somebody apply for a job to work as a planner in the department today?
I'm happy to respond to that if I
may. Go ahead.
So when we did our initial hiring process, we are obligated to work from the qualified list. And those qualified lists, those recruitment lists that HR puts together for the county, are valid for 6 months. So we worked through that first list. And so we are hoping that there will be a second recruitment opportunity. As I mentioned, there are about 14 folks on the planner recruitment list and only about 4 who actually opted to interview with us. And out of those 4 that interviewed, we made 2 offers and have 1 acceptance. So, we'll have to wait for the next recruitment list to be put together. That's the general process.
So with all due respect, in all directions, our model of hiring doesn't work. We have a department that's been understaffed, continues to be understaffed, and yet the jobs aren't listed. And I understand there's a reason, there's a process, but our process doesn't work. And maybe it's across the board. It seems more pronounced with cannabis. I mean, we're not advertising positions, and yet we're concerned that we don't have the adequate staffing. Maybe this is a question for the CEO. What do we do to fix the underlying problem with hiring? How can we get cannabis positions advertised until filled? The moment a qualified applicant submits an application, goes through interviews, hire them. This model of putting pools together and waiting months, and it's not working. The results are dismal.
Okay, I see Carmel, your hand, and then I go to the clerk of the board's office.
Yeah, Chair Jurdy, this is Carmel, CEO Angelo, excuse me. And I would like to, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So 2 answers to that, to Supervisor Williams' question through the chair. One is that we are in a civil service system that was voted in by the public decades ago, and we have to comply with the civil service system. So the way that works is by list. People apply, they get on a list. You have to go through every person on that list or make a determination as to why you're not going to interview that person before you could get the next list. In my almost 30 years in government, whether it was my prior county or this county, if a civil service system is voted in by the people in a county, you must comply with that civil service system. And so that is one thing. So the process that we have, I agree 100%, in my opinion, is antiquated. We need a better process, and it may take, I don't know what it'll take. It could take maybe some consultants from other counties that have actually done some workarounds with the civil service system. But in this county, from the time that I've come, we have been totally civil service and very respectful to the civil service system and have complied with every rule within that system. And hence, this is what you have. The second thing is what we do, though, Supervisor Williams and Kristen, and if you don't know this, we can keep an ongoing recruitment. We do it with the deputies all the time. If you look there, I mean, I would be surprised if you looked online today if you didn't see a recruitment for a deputy. There are some positions that are just ongoing recruitments. And so unless there's a reason for these specific positions that we cannot do ongoing recruitments, we could have the cannabis, the planners, I'm assuming is what you're talking about. We could have those positions ongoing as recruitments. The cannabis unit will still have to go through the process of HR making a list, getting the list, and all of that. That doesn't change, but we can do ongoing recruitments. And so I am not the HR director. This is 30 years experience speaking to you. And so I don't know if Sherry Johnson is available to make any other comments, but I would say to Kristen to contact HR and ask for an ongoing recruitment of a planner, and you have that. And so you can always get those applications. And then what will be important is that if you do have some good people that apply, or that you're able to reach out to them and ask them to please, there may be a little delay to go through the system. And that may be the best that we can do today. I think if you're going to increase the salary and do some type of additional stipend for a cannabis unit planner, that may bring people in, certainly. So that's unfortunately the best I can do. Eliminating a civil service system is not easy. My understanding, and our chief counsel would know more about this. Eliminating a civil service system, I think, is the will of the people and a vote of the people. So that's where we are, and I hope that helps. And if Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson is available to either add to that or correct me if I'm wrong, I'm more than willing to have that.
Chair Jurdy, can we give board direction to list all cannabis positions until filled? And if we find a lack of applicants, come back with a incentive plan that will address the shortage?
We can. I want to go to clerk of the board, then Sherry. I see she.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Christian Curtis, County Council. I just want to note that this item was agendized for the grant application, and particularly approval for the application that's in the middle. I think we may be wandering a little off topic. I would recommend that anything sort of related to an alteration of the civil service system or changing compensation, et cetera, may be more appropriate for a future item.
Understood, but I think directing staff to advertise open positions, I don't think the county will get sued for that. Maybe I'm wrong, but it seems like we have positions that we can't fill that are vacant, that are impacting a program, and yet nobody can apply.
Okay, Supervisor Hashtag.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So just going back to the staffing, maybe we need to look at other types of positions rather than just planners, but are there intern planners, pre-planners, people that can help the planners make their decisions, get the clerical stuff together? Would it help the program if we started hiring some of those kind of positions that don't have to be planners, but they can do the clerical work and get everything prepped up for the planners?
And this is Kristen Neville just responding to that question. That is a great suggestion. Specifically, that would work quite well for phase 3 to have some planner techs. We have spoken to and had some communication with HR about recruiting some planner techs and underfilling our planner positions. Planner techs also could probably be very successful in field inspections. But with phase 1 and phase 2 applicants specifically, planner techs are largely most appropriate for the initial review process on these applications. And since we've already conducted the initial review, what we really need are planner level 1, 2, and greater to oversee the environmental compliance and MCCR compliance components. So yes, and maybe not specifically helpful for this phase 1, phase 2 process as much as easy to implement in phase 3.
Supervisor McGordy.
Is that what a lot of the cannabis consultants do, is put the package together for the applicants? And I'm just wondering too, if that could be outsourced to someone like West Company, who also does business planning for people who are trying to get all their permits in line before they actually submit them to the county.
Well, I'm not familiar with permitting programs for any industry that has the agency or the government pay to prepare the application. I think the consultants generally that are working with these applicants work with the applicant to gather the information to prepare the application materials and then submit it to the county. We do an initial review similar to a plan check of that application, which is what the portal really focused on. We got application materials in, we did an initial plan review on those applications. We marked deficiencies and noted areas where we needed additional information, sent that in the form of checklist back to applicants working through the portal. Folks who came in early made additional submissions and corrected those incomplete components. The problem, I think, with the portal was that we had a very high volume of new submissions at the kind of the last minute in the last 2 weeks. It's going to be harder for those folks. Everyone got 90 days. So should I go on and continue presenting the grant?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the second part of this table here, which is on the right side of the attachment and in very small print, my apologies, are kind of all of the facilities and administrative components that we are asking for through this grant to help support the efficiencies of the program. So the first one here, we're going to take a little time to talk about simply because it is not part of the efficiencies, but what it is a response to the desire of the board and the community to work forward in assessing cumulative impacts. So what we're proposing here is that phase 1 and phase 2 applicants engage in the power score, which is a greenhouse gas emission calculator and a water use and efficiency calculator. that calculates the greenhouse gas emissions and the water usage according to production volumes and rates. This is the data platform that was set up by UC Berkeley, the Resource Innovation Institute, and New Frontier Data Collection Services. It is also the tool that UC Berkeley utilized to prepare the water statistics and information that was brought before the board, I want to say back in July. Implementing this tool would give us the ability to gather that data throughout the county where we have cultivators, and then have essentially a form of baseline data for the county to utilize when and if a programmatic environmental impact report assessing cumulative impacts moves forward. So a little bit of a standalone item here, but it is one way to respond to the desire to have a better understanding of potential impacts for cannabis. It also includes in this user fee support for applicants who are engaged in phase 1 and phase 2, so they aren't on their own and putting this information into the system. And then it's a verified data system, meaning that a lot of times probably what they'll be doing is uploading their compliance documentation, and then folks at RII will be inputting the data. So it will take a lot of the burden off of the applicants. And we'll have some customization opportunity here for this $15,000 to make sure that we aren't asking them to the extent possible to provide any information that they don't already have to apply or provide in their applications to either the county or the state. The greenhouse gas emission component, the county does have a policy in 10A17 that primary use of generators needs to be phased out within 2 years of the application. We need to implement that, but we need to understand what that generator use is so that we can make sure that it's not considered primary power in doing so. So this would assist with that aspect of the ordinance and also help folks meet their state reporting guidelines for greenhouse gas emissions. So this here is coupled with some technology expenses that are further down in this table. Because the intention would be to plug this data collection service into the portal. Applicants and permit holders would then be able to go in, open up their permit, and in a secured setting, enter in the documentation and or information necessary for RII to manage the power score for them. This is the custom screen update cost for consultants to assist us with Trackit in making sure that we have the exportable data necessary to provide the quarterly reporting to the state. So just for a little bit of context, Trackit has amazing data collection features. They have not been set up necessarily specific to the needs of the program today. For example, we can't here in the office export simple things like contact information. We have to hire a client first to write a program to export that information and then get it over to us. So what we're looking to do is really build out Trackit so that we have access to do data pulls as the community wants those data pulls. Right now, I'm manually sorting and figuring and calculating in spreadsheets, very time consuming. We're in the process of building a renewal portal. Renewals in the future will no longer come in via email. We're plugging in a payment process. And so this is looking at those expenses and asking the state to cover the development expenses associated with building out the renewal portal. The cannabis program does not have its own Trackit licensing. We have been utilizing licensing that Planning and Building Services established with Trackit. So this is our cost associated with our staff plus 4 consultants worth of Trackit licensing so that we don't get locked out of Trackit or consequently lock someone from PDS out of Trackit because we've maxed the licensing amount. We are looking to get back to field inspections. In 2019, Planning and Building Services worked with consultants to develop kind of an electronic inspection system where inspectors could use tablets in the field, making those any photos taken and any documentation noted on the inspection checklist digital immediately, as opposed to having to come back and download from a phone and upload into a file and then take the paper copies, right? So we're looking at completing that program that's already mostly completed and doing electronic field inspection technology. This is client first cost associated with building the PowerScore technology into some of our other platforms, as I mentioned. And then also we've left some money aside for client first to assist us with RFP, understanding that we will likely need more consultants than what we probably have in the current RFP that are not conflicted out. We may have to reestablish or reopen the RFP that occurred in 2020. So this is setting some money aside to ensure that we have the capabilities to have support in managing that, issuing it, and analyzing results from the RFP. We also put in aerial imagery, both a small land vision account and then the planet account giving us real-time aerial imagery. This is going to be hugely important for us and the applicants as we look at how to monitor and better understand timelines associated with development, what happened prior to adoption of the mitigated negative declaration and the ordinance versus what happened afterwards. And so we can verify existing impacts, but also fits well into our we're looking at a robust compliance and field inspection program. It is very helpful to have current aerial technology and imagery, allowing us to actually view the site we're sending planners to prior to their arrival. It really helps us understand what we should be expecting. Furniture. With more staff and consultants comes the need for furniture, chairs, and workstations. So this is for 7 new folks. We have enough furniture, we believe, to utilize some of the odds and ends of tables and very old desks for consultants, and then looking at furniture for full-time staff of the county and workstations. Let's see, GIS equipment, this should say desktop. So we are looking at, and we have, I don't believe flown this position yet, but we are looking for a planner cartographer to assist us with implementation of the technologies, Planet and Land Vision, assist us with mapping, and also can review some applications. But this is the equipment that would be needed for that GIS person in the department. We're also looking for conferencing equipment. We would like to do more workshops and trainings and educational events for the public and our applicants and permit holders. Currently, that's pretty challenging with all of us working from our individual offices. And we have no conference space or room to utilize in our current facility. We also are looking at DocuSign. DocuSign, we're hoping to tie into the portal, both the application portal and the renewal portal. Currently, in order to be issued a permit, an applicant must come to the office, sign the permit, sign the agreement to maintain compliance. And this is just one example. And then we give them a paper copy of that permit. We believe integrating DocuSign into our practices and our procedures here in the department would reduce staff hours and staff time. We would then be able to issue permits electronically and mail secured paper copies to folks if we implemented DocuSign. And there's a number of areas we're looking at putting DocuSign into place. So if we were to look at this goals and outcomes, this is a narrative description. Make it big. Of kind of the grant projects. My apologies for the random scrolling. Let me get to the top here. This is the state's format. So, okay. So again, primary goals and outcomes is to complete the initial review of the 359 portal submissions. That's going to take us November and December to complete. Any re-review of the portal incompletes, we're hoping to complete by mid-February. We would like to have contractors be the sole parties addressing the remainder of the portal after we've conducted the re-reviews. This would give us the opportunity to put our seasoned staff who really know the ordinance well on addressing the applications that are complete and processing not only those, but the folks that have permits, Appendix Gs, and renewals. So looking at a short timeline to get contractors in-house and utilizing those contractors to wrap up the portal program so that we can get back to servicing folks with complete applications and folks who do have permits pursuant to 10A17 phase 1 and 2. The Track It update timeline, we're already working on this, so I think we'll be able to complete the custom screen update by the end of the year. We'll be doing data management with the consultants, just uploading and or potentially extra help in January and February, getting all of that data out of the applications and into the data fields in custom screens so that it's exportable. Our application review, according to our fee justifications, each phase 1 and phase 2 application is at the space where they start with environmental and compliance reviews, which is going to take 30 hours per application. Okay, so I think it's important to understand how our calculations have come together. Site inspections and report preparation. These site inspections include travel time. The travel time is the average between the closest and the farthest locations in the county. And not every phase 1 and phase 2 applicant needs an inspection prior to issuance, but we have a lot of folks that have not been inspected once. So we do have this calculated in. Let's see here. Integrating DocuSign. This will be integrated, as I mentioned, across all spectrums of licensing or permitting is what I should say. Annual permit renewals, we are looking to automate not only a portal for application, but we're in the process of building out a Track It notification system, which will use the expiration date to produce automated notices to phase 1 and phase 2 permit holders that they are going to expire in 60 days and need to submit their application, and then a 30-day reminder. You don't submit your application and expire, your permit is extinguished. That's the language of the ordinance. If they don't renew 30 days after that expiration, we're supposed to extinguish that permit. So we're moving into an automated notification system. We talked about the renewal system, completing Appendix G reviews. Really, we feel very strongly here, the staff and the team at the cannabis program, that it would be much more efficient for staff, the public, applicants, and probably less costly to applicants if we were writing those Appendix G reviews while reviewing the application. So I think it's important to note that Appendix G is the assessment of the application or the permit that was issued. It doesn't include any future development. It is solely an assessment of what was issued by the county. So what we're experiencing is it's hard for the applicants, we believe, to provide consultants with enough information to paint a very clear picture of what was issued and how all of the components fit together to show compliance with the MND and the MCCR. So for us, we think it would streamline the process sufficiently if the Appendix Gs were getting written simultaneously to doing the robust review of that application. And then they would be completed shortly thereafter issuing a permit. So this is the best way we can figure out to try to meet the state's timelines. We also have significant concerns that we could see a rush of Appendix Gs if we leave it upon applicants and consultants, similar to the rush of submissions that came into the portal in the last 10 days. New applications of 211 came in the last 10 days. We will not be able to assist phase 1 and phase 2 applicants if we get 90%, even 50% of Appendix Gs in the last 6 to 3 months of the 2022-2023 fiscal year. So we are very concerned about procrastination and feel like these should be developed as we're reviewing the applications to ensure that we don't have big gaps in folks unable to move forward. Moving on, compliance monitoring and field inspections. We believe the enhanced portal application system, so we didn't talk about this. We are doing upgrades to the portal currently. Actually, IS is. I can't take any credit. They have been amazing. And so some of the issues we experienced with the portal is that we don't have access to it here in the Mendocino Cannabis Program. We can't see what's in it. We can't open or close a portal. Only IS can do that. So the administrative time with this first round of portal activity has been very labor intensive. And so IS has identified some areas to help reduce that administrative time. And namely, giving us visibility to the portal is one thing, but also allowing us to communicate with applicants and agents via the portal so that those communications are attached to the portal submission. We believe we can do the same thing with permit holders going forward, open up their online portal and renewal portal system and provide them, say, with an inspection report through that system, and then let them submit any corrections that need to be submitted back through that portal so that we aren't chasing any sort of files via email. This is what we're trying to get away from, is chasing files through the email platform. The field technology we talked about in the budget section. Aerial imagery we also talked about in the budget section. Environmental data collection, this is the power score. So there's a little bit on that. We do have some cost recovery that we haven't been able to identify the cost of, but we do know that we will need to ask from the state for some cost recovery for the fish and wildlife sensitive species habitat review processes. There's still quite a few referrals that will be going out, and the grant monies should be able to cover any costs that we accrue as the county for DFW conducting those reviews. We also have some unknown costs that may come up with environmental health and other agencies. We don't need to identify those costs in this initial grant, but we probably will add a list of other agencies where we feel we may have costs to recover in the future as we work through phase 1 and phase 2. So that is it largely for the department's grant asks. The next phase here is talking about what we put into this thus far for applicants. We're looking at a series of fee deferrals. Fee deferrals are limited in the grant application to only including fees that are very specific to CEQA and meeting CEQA requirements. So Appendix G processing fees, we think we could run a fee deferral project for Appendix G processing fees. Oftentimes we have been seeing that referrals coming back from Fish and Wildlife, there are high rates of inspection requests because that is an environmental review process. We believe we should be able to offer fee deferrals for special inspection fees that are required to complete that environmental review process. Grading permits might be counterintuitive, but as folks are doing their lake and stream bed alteration agreements and replacing culverts, for example, sometimes those work orders will trigger grading permit requirements. And so we would like to be able to offer fee deferrals for approved projects with water conservation in mind, lake and stream bed alteration agreements, or CAL FIRE work orders, such as widening a road or that sort of thing that might be necessary. Also, demolition permits seem to fit in here quite well, as we may have folks needing to remove buildings from streamside management areas, for example. And then other permits that we aren't going to be able to think of ahead of time, I think we just leave an open statement that other permits may be eligible for fee deferral, so long as they are directly related to meeting CEQA requirements and are approved by the department. We're looking at quite a large pool for applicants in meeting CEQA requirements, whether that's hiring consultants to complete paperwork, studies, whatnot, but also any biological surveys, archaeological cultural surveys, traffic studies, air quality, and greenhouse gas emission studies, and frankly, any other study that might be required to complete a CEQA checklist or other documentation. Additionally, we're looking at some funding to help folks improve air quality and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. This fits well into the transitioning from combustion engine generators to renewable resources, but also wanting to support the transition from combustion engine water pumps to solar pumps or other types of equipment that folks might be using to increase air quality and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We also think that there is a need for remediation and relocation fund. As I mentioned, folks might be moving from within a streamside management area to another location on their property. That can be hugely expensive and cost prohibitive. So we'd like to make sure that there is some funding available to assist applicants in meeting those needs. We're looking at a hydrology and water quality grant opportunity, allowing folks to utilize direct grant funds to cover notification expenses with DFW, any technical support that they might need to prepare their notification or help manage their negotiation of their lake and streamlet alteration agreement, and then to complete those projects. So you get the permit from Fish and Wildlife for, in many cases, tens of thousands of dollars. You may still have tens of thousands of dollars of work to do. So making sure that that's available. Sometimes your lake and streamlet alteration agreement and the work that needs to be done triggers another permit need from the State Water Resource Control Board. So we want to make sure that folks can get those needs and those expenses covered through the grant so that they can do the improvements they need on their land to meet CEQA requirements and improve environmental conditions. And then also looking at water conservation. So water meters and installation. This is crucial to reporting at the state level. Looking at the general order program. And then any sort of hydrological studies that may need to occur for that applicant. And some water conservation funds, so rainwater catchment infrastructure, fee deferrals for establishing those larger tanks and getting them in place. And then also recognizing that some folks may need some sort of forbearance tanks and reservoir development for surface water diversion. So that is pretty much the bulk of what we've prepared. So I'm going to pause and see if there's some, well, let me say one more thing. Planning and Building Services has provided an additional document. We found out very late in preparing this application that we do need to include all of the facilities licenses in this grant. At the same time, the cannabis program is available to the facility license holders to assist them with direct grant opportunities should they need to prepare their own initial study and CEQA documentation to transition from provisional to annual licensing. So they would be included in the direct grant pool. I do know that Mr. Vanderwater is available for questions about the program that is run by PBS. However, PBS has not indicated that they will be asking for any staff funding from the grant. So I will leave it there.
Okay, thanks, Kristen, for the detailed presentation. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I'm wondering, in the sake of time, and that We have a lot of other topics to work on as a county. Is it possible for the ad hoc to bring back a concrete proposal? I don't want to go line by line through this again, but I'd be happy to vote in favor of whatever changes you and the community program and council can agree upon. Is that possible to come back with a red line that's ready for a thumbs up? I don't want to spend an entire day hearing public expression and trying to relitigate line by line. It doesn't sound like the most productive session for us.
Supervisor Williams, are you referring to the ad hoc we just created, but bringing it back at next Monday's meeting?
I'm asking when the workshop is scheduled, can we have a red line proposal for changes? And if we're all in agreement past that, rather than going line by line, spending hours, I don't think there will be much disagreement. If the ad hoc can get support from the program and from council that the recommended changes are legal, I'm happy to support them. I'd like to see the draft, but I don't think we want to spend a whole day or even half a day. It would be best if this work is done outside of a board meeting.
Okay. Supervisor Hashtag.
Thank you, Chair Jordy. Well, I totally agree that this is the kind of work that should be done outside of the board meeting. Except we've heard that we don't want the ad hoc to be doing work that's outside. We're talking about limiting the scope of the ad hoc. And so I think that because it's opened up, we have to have public comment. I'm ready to hear public comment and see what it says and move on with it.
Okay, Krista, I have a follow-up question. It's clear that you and your department and others have put a tremendous amount of time in this grant application, all the line items that you've developed. Is there a discretion, for example, you've included staff time for reimbursement on a number of items, but as we just discussed, there could be a change in that salary schedule. This is a grant program for 4 years. Nobody knows what the contracts with the employees are going to look like 1, 2, 3 years, 4 years out. What kind of discretion does the county have once this grant's submitted, if it needs more money on an hourly basis to reimburse county staff time for implementing the program as described?
Yeah, this is a first-time grant, right? So the state is standing it up and building it as we move it forward. It's a one-time only grant. So in my conversations with the state, specifically about what kind of flexibility, I was told to turn in as complete and thorough of a work product as we can by the November 15th deadline, and that the state is happy to work with us in modifying that as we need to modify it to suit our needs. So I don't think it needs to be perfect. I don't think there's any way to make it perfect unless someone has a crystal ball for the department that no one has notified me of. I think we put what we can estimate based on today's rates into the grant. And then as we work through our projects here at the program, if there's more needs, we can start making additional requests. There's quarterly reporting, so I imagine that gives us an opportunity to make quarterly adjustments.
Okay. Well, it could be that the state will be incredibly flexible in this particular grant program. It's usually the other way around. My experience is you can claim less than you've requested in a grant. It's not usually the case that you can claim more than you've requested in the initial grant. So my own thought would be, throw in a pretty aggressive inflation calculator on a lot of these figures. It's pretty common, for example, in construction projects that grant applications might have, a pretty big contingency budget as one way of kind of accounting for cost inflation on a construction project that might actually be built 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years later. So those are, my thoughts. I'd round up these figures quite aggressively. Supervisor McGordy?
I guess my other question, first of all, Kristen, this is pretty amazing in terms of the thoughtfulness that went into it. So you've obviously spent a lot of time thinking about this and trying to come up with a program that's pretty workable. I appreciate that you're trying to automate and integrate electronic technology. I know it's going to be a challenge for some people to get through that. That's one concern that I have, because we're seeing that already with existing portal. The other question I'm wondering is, are you also allowing or capturing some of the administrative time for this grant in terms of just doing the work, plus also recouping expenses for the county to handle all of the acquisition and paperwork and deliveries that might not necessarily be completely in your department? Is there allowance for administrative overhead fees?
There is an allowance for administrative overhead fees. We have not built that in yet. We are right now leaning towards administering as much of this grant as possible in-house. We did just hire a program administrator who has a really robust background in grant solicitation, preparation, and execution. We think he's going to be a tremendous resource for our ability to implement this grant. The grant funding needs to be put out to the public ASAP. So we are hoping to utilize the grant template that County Council has been working on, and to start awarding direct grant funds, hopefully as early as February. Part of what we're realizing with the equity grant is that for work projects, which a lot of these direct grants are going to be for pretty significant work projects, is what we're assuming because of the nature or the scope of the grant itself. There's insurance requirements, which I know you've all been hearing a lot about, but also we're obligated to some extent as a county to ensure that we are not using public funds on projects that say might violate CEQA. So we're going to have to review them, I think, through a planner's lens, so to speak, before we can award these grants. So I think we're going to try to keep them largely in-house. So I'm going to be adding some administrative costs to the budget, as well as some temporary help to assist the program administrator in executing the grant and managing the awards pool.
Okay, thanks. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So we're eligible for over $18 million for this grant. And are we applying for everything? Is the budget including everything that we can possibly apply for?
I am not planning to do $18 million worth of projections. I think we are not necessarily required to show today what we might spend, say, in year 4 of the grant. The staffing projections are important, and I think we can build contingency into the staffing projections by perhaps even just elevating the rates to that of consultants based on the unknown of whether or not we'll have full-time county staff versus consultants working on any of these projects. So that's one thing to consider. We have not created any dollar amounts around the direct grant pools. And I don't know that we are required to create estimates of what these direct grant pools might include. I think for us in developing the grant proposal, it's important to make sure that we have adequate funds set aside so that the program can actually meet the benchmarks of processing these permits. And then whatever's left in that pool really should go to the phase 1 and phase 2 farmers so that they can, and CFBL holders, so that they can meet their CEQA requirements, maintain their operations, and move into annual licenses. So I hope that answered your questions. It's not a definitive response, but that is the premise we've been operating under here.
So it sounds like it's kind of open-ended for the direct grants. that those could take us up to the 18 million?
Yeah, absolutely. There's no formula, so to speak, in the grant pool that says as an eligible local jurisdiction, you have to use, X amount or percentage on staffing versus Y on direct grant, right? So I think what we really want to focus on is making sure, again, that we have the resources that we need to ensure that we can process these applications in a thoughtful and timely manner so folks can meet their timelines. And then the remainder of the pool can go into their projects in the form of direct grants.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Can the ad hoc commit to bringing a shovel-ready plan, a red line of changes that are ready for a vote?
I'm not going to commit Supervisor McGorty to anything except the portal and the equity grant. So, but
and the reason I ask is there's less than 1,000 in this pool. We have about 100,000 population, right? There's 98% of the population that has other issues they want us to take up. I don't feel good about using a whole board meeting to collaborate on editing a grant application document. It seems like something that could come on consent. Today it came on consent. We're about 2 hours into a meeting. I don't think we should repeat this. It's bad form.
So Supervisor Williams agree. Whether it's the ad hoc or not, I personally would like to see that the program managers had a chance to have additional input from the CEO's office with the grant application. So for that reason alone, I'd like to see it come back on Monday. But also, if Supervisor Hashek's willing to host another community Zoom meeting and get some public input about the grant application, he may also be able to bring back some information on Friday, late Friday morning, Friday afternoon, that could be helpful for the cannabis program for the application. I know that's really tight time frame, but I think that's probably the best we could do at this point. Kristen, then Supervisor McGorty.
Yeah, I just thank you for that. I just the timeline is very tight. I have planned, because we are trying to manage staffing, to be in interviews all day on Friday, which means any work that occurs and edits over the grant will be occurring over the weekend. And that is the only way I will be able to manage that, because again, we have multiple projects and if we're going to staff up, I have to do interviews, right? But I can't do both. We don't have staffing in the department to have assistance with the grant development. I am writing the grant alone, essentially. So all of the budgeting, all of the grant proposal, this is happening largely in my spare time, mostly after work hours, to be honest with you. So the sooner we can get any red lines back would be greatly appreciated. And if the meeting's happening on Friday, there will not be time to integrate red lines in time for a posting of the grant on Friday. It's just not going to be humanly possible. So I just want to make sure folks are well aware of the timeline, why the grant proposal has not come forward before the board or been published earlier. There's just too much on our plate for us to put more hours in the day. It's just not feasible.
Totally understand that, Kristen. Supervisor McGorty.
Well, so I'm still a bit unclear. We talked about ad hocs, but then we also talked about, no, some of this should really be discussed by the board collectively so that everything is open and transparent. So where are we at with that? I'm a little confused. What was decided? What I initially wanted to do was kind of work with Kristen on portal issues, and thought we'd have a bit. Timeline on this just seems absurd. I don't see how we can get public input, go through and redline it and have it to the finish line by Friday. Is that what I'm hearing? That doesn't seem feasible.
Okay, Supervisor Williams, the more.
Yeah, the alternative is to pass it today. And that's why I want to ask for a commitment from the ad hoc. Personally, I would not take on that effort. I don't think you can do it. I don't think I could do it, let's say. And so if you can bring back a set of changes that the Cannabis Community Supports Council says are legal, the program says they can implement, you're going to get my support. I'm happy to support those kind of changes, but be careful because you're committing to you're going to be at a town hall meeting tonight, basically, to gather this input. And if there's conflict between what the community wants and what legal counsel says is possible, I don't know what you're going to propose to us on Friday.
Supervisor Mulhern.
I withdraw. Well, actually, no, I don't. I would like to thank Kristen for her work on this grant. I think it's incredibly detailed, and it is, she's working with doing the best that she can. We're looking at 519 applicants that did not, either they did not have to go through the portal process or their applications were received and completed. I mean, we have an incredible amount of stakeholders in the cannabis industry that are jumping through the hoops that they're supposed to be jumping through. And this grant program could help them to the finish line. And I really would like to be able to see it move forward. I appreciate that there are specific stakeholders in the community. I don't think that everybody's voice is being heard. And I think that that continues to be really unfortunate. And I think that that is why it's important to me that this board have these cannabis conversations in a full and open and transparent manner. There just are not enough industry stakeholders at the table, in particular when you're looking at people that have prepared and done their due diligence and are being backburnered. So that's my concern, and I'd like to see this grant move forward. And if we have to make changes to it over the next few years, then I'll certainly be happy to take that input and feedback.
I'd like to go to the clerk of the board's office.
Chair Jody, I had a question, but it's been answered. Thank you.
Okay, so we've had a tremendous amount of board comment. I'm not sure if we've got clarity at the moment. Maybe we should just go to public comment and get some clarity from the public.
Chair, I thought we already did public comment.
I don't think we've done public comment on this item, have we?
On the consent calendar, I thought.
Hi, this is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty. We do have a couple more comments on consent calendar in general. We do not have any more comments on this matter, and we do also still have public expression to take up.
Okay, I hear what you say, Lindsay. We did take, as far as I knew, we took public expression on non-agenda items, but maybe there were some others waiting to speak who did not speak at that time. Supervisor McGordy?
Well, I'm kind of feeling like Supervisor Mulhern that I don't think we've got a time frame here to realistically go out to the public, get feedback, and redline change this document very much given the time constraints. And looking at it from someone who's looked at a lot of grants, there's a lot of moving parts to it. It seems to be thought out fairly well, and not knowing all the subject matter, I'd support it in its present condition, and with the caveat that we can alter or change things if that's indeed true. I would think that this is pretty comprehensive application.
Supervisor Hashtag.
Thank you, Chair Jody. I think that the discussion we've had and the presentation from Kristen Nevedal has been really good, and it's much better than approving something on consent calendar without having this kind of discussion. I think that the information we've been provided today has been very enlightening, and we can see where the program's going. I agree with Supervisor McGordy that the timing of this is just really doesn't allow for much more conversation on it, and really to get it to a point where we can make substantive changes even if we wanted to. So I would be willing to approve this as is. If that was a motion that Supervisor McGordy made, I would second it.
Point of order.
Okay.
I don't believe this item was pulled for separate consideration. Can the motion be restated as approval of the consent calendar in entirety?
I would go on to say that.
Second.
Could I go to the clerk of the board? Were there any other public comments on consent calendar items?
Yes, we do have a couple more comments on consent calendar items.
Okay, can we hear those?
First on the line is Ron Edwards, followed by Becky Emery. Ron, if you could please raise your hand so I know which account.
Thank you, Atlas, for coming up with that, because I do use the large screen to see these small detailed reports so that I can be extremely informed. This item was extremely detailed, and I'm hearing confusing and conflicting statements from the board. Is that first we want to have a full board discussion, then we want to have an ad hoc committee, then people aren't coming forward, yet the board meetings are available to everybody. Now, I will agree that this item was not stated early enough for a lot of stakeholders to have a voice in this, but I have been bringing this up for a number of weeks that we needed to spend more time on this. I think that I'm concerned with some of the items in this, and it looks like we are creating a complete department from scratch, where at one time the board direction, I believe, was that we would work with the state inspections. So I don't know why there is so much money being spent on inspections. And I have a particular concern about the satellite imagery. How often is that used? Is this used in any other ag permitting? Is this going to be used once a year for an annual inspection? And if the state has said this money is not to be used for enforcement, who is going to make sure that we stay within that lane? I'm really concerned that the use of this satellite imagery might have creep. And if that happens, will the county have to pay that money back to the state? Who's going to be accountable for making sure that that money is used specifically to help people in the program become compliant, not as enforcement, because those are separate grants that the state has available to the county. And I'm just hoping that the board at some point would go back and say, hey, the state does these inspections. They have been ongoing, even when the county hasn't been doing inspections. They're doing metric inspections. So I hope that we can go forward and get this clarified. Thank you.
Next on the line is Michael Katz, followed by Becky Emery.
Thank you, supervisors. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director for the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. It is interesting that this item was put on the consent calendar, and disappointing, and a good indication of the complexity that we are facing on all of these issues. And so rather than retreat to this idea that the board should evaluate everything, we heard pretty clearly from Supervisor Williams that he doesn't have the interest to do that. We're hearing that there are maybe stakeholder voices that are not being considered, but where are those stakeholders? We submitted a 7-organization co-signed letter. Where are the people whose voices are not being represented? Why are they choosing not to speak publicly? Why are whatever their concerns are being relegated to backroom conversations? If the board was willing to take up and spend the amount of time that was required on all of these important issues, there wouldn't be the need for another standing committee. But as Supervisor Williams points out, there are a lot of other things in the county that need to be done. The whole point of creating the committee would be to have publicly held meetings to communicate all of these various nuances to the standing committee so that they could evaluate them and then bring them to the board for discussion, for conversation. Related to this grant funding, we certainly would like to be involved in the creation of the red line. We have offered from day one to be involved with helping to write the grant, to provide suggestions, and to be a part of this process. So it's very disappointing here on the Tuesday before it's due next week that the idea is to just let it be what it is, which is incomplete, and there are some concerns within it that we were looking forward to addressing in a public meeting. To be frank, the amount of work that is required to manage this department is substantial. And we are here to provide that support. And if there are not enough staff positions, that's being worked on. But there are major concerns within items inside this application that we should be addressing. We should be calling them fee waivers, not fee deferrals, for example. We should be providing water conservation and storage opportunities, even just small things like that, but larger things like the power score that's being proposed and the satellite imagery that combined, those are nearly $700,000 of funds that will not do anything to help move existing operators from their provisional to their annual. And so we should really be evaluating and working together as a community to address this. So MCA proposes that we work on a red line version and provide it to the ad hoc for consideration and provide it to the board on Monday for approval before submission. Thank you.
Chair Jody, in the interest of fairness, there's a lot of confusion about what's going on in terms of comment right now, and so I want to clarify that we do have a few people left on the line that either signed up for public expression and one or two more that signed up for consent calendar in general. And if it is the desire of this board, we can just go ahead and play or allow all of these people to speak consecutively to give them the opportunity to speak.
Thanks for the clarification, because we started earlier, about an hour or so ago, taking public comment on non-agenda items and on consent. And I understood we'd heard all the public comment earlier on non-agenda items and it transitioned over to consent, but apparently not. So yeah, let's hear the rest of the comments on the consent calendar and anyone else who had signed up to speak on non-agenda items.
First on the line is Becky Emery, followed by Stephen Wood and Monique Ramirez.
Good morning, Chair Jody, members of the board, CEO Angelo, and County Council Curtis. My name is Becky Emery. I'm the Social Services Director. I'm speaking to you today on item 8A to recognize and appreciate our veterans with the proclamation before you. There are more than 6,000 veterans in Mendocino County. We honor them and thank them for answering the most noble call of our country, for standing for our flag in the United States and in foreign lands, for protecting our communities, our country, and our freedoms. On Veterans Day this Thursday, there will be events held throughout our county, including a flag raising at 9 a.m. at the Willits Veterans Building. And at 11, there'll be recognition ceremonies at the Ukiah and Fort Bragg Veterans Halls. There'll also be several lunches held in appreciation for the service of our veterans. I encourage our community to support and recognize our veterans, and I thank the board and the CEO's office for recognizing and supporting our Mendocino County veterans. Thank you.
Next on the line is Stephen Wood.
Good morning. My name is Stephen Wood. I live in the hills above Boonville, and I'm one of the Friends of Faulkner Park. I have the very good fortune to have my home directly adjacent to Faulkner Park. I've lived here for 45 years, and my wife and I have walked and played in the park with a succession of children, grandchildren, friends, and dogs. When weather permits, we walk in the park every evening. We know the park quite well. Faulkner Park is a 40-acre county-owned treasure that straddles Mountain View Road about 2 miles west of Boonville. It includes hundreds of old-growth redwoods and amid a swamp with wild azaleas, ferns, and huckleberries. This wetland is the headwater of Bear Wallow Creek, which joins Rancheria Creek about 2 miles further west, and thence the Navarro River. PG&E contractors have marked about 90 trees in the park for being trimmed or being cut. Over 50 trees are marked to be cut down. PG&E proposes the cut in order to reduce fire hazards connected with their distribution line that follows the road through the park. Trees marked for falling include some of the largest, oldest specimens. It is true that if any one of them fell in the right direction, they would take down PG&E power lines. The resultant arcing of live bare wires could start a fire in the underbrush. To protect PG&E from liability, they propose to cut the heart out of this ancient grove, destroying its integrity and leaving a sterile, fireproof swath along the road, the creek, and the power lines. Trees as far as 240 feet from the road are marked for cutting. The trees belong to the people of the county, under the stewardship of the Board of Supervisors. The trees are robust, but their habitat is clearly fragile. Removing them to reduce PG&E's liability would be an unspeakable short-sighted tragedy. Cutting the old-growth trees is neither reasonable nor necessary. Two feasible alternatives exist: undergrounding the line through the park or replacing the lines with high-strength insulated wires and circuit breakers. We ask for the careful attention of the Board of Supervisors to this issue and any action related to it initiated by PG&E. We will not accept the cutting of any of the redwoods in this grove. Thank you.
Next on the line is Monique Ramirez, followed by Sid Bernstein and Paul Hansberry.
Thank you for letting me speak. This is Monique Ramirez speaking on behalf of the Covelo Cannabis Advocacy Group. We appreciate getting to see a more detailed breakout of all the expenses that are going to be incurred for using this grant. And one of the biggest questions that we have is how much is the county going to use of that funding in total for all of the things that Kristen identified in terms of staffing, software for technical stuff, equipment, furniture, all of it. What's that grand total number? Because knowing that number, then we can know how much is left over from the total 18 million to be used for the applicants to apply for their various needs. And like we know, a LSA project could run a person hundreds of thousands of dollars to meet the compliance. And so that would suck up a lot of the grant funding. But not understanding that based on this presentation is really hard for a regular citizen to understand. So if there could be clarity before you close out this agenda item, that would be greatly appreciated by our community. I appreciate also Michael Katz speaking to the need for us to still be able to engage with this process, even on the tight timeline, and being able to bring the information back by Monday. We definitely support that. And also getting a little bit more specific about the water usage. We should be allowing water tanks in the language. It's talked about forbearance tanks, which to me means that you're not supposed to use the water, but we need to have people be able to put water into storage, not just rainwater catchment. So if that can be more clearly identified in the application that you're submitting to the state, that would be wonderful, especially because that was a huge comment that was made in the one public meeting that we did have. And also something that just comes up for me is seeing the furniture item. There's $24,000 being allocated to furniture. And I just want to say that, you know, with COVID, a lot of businesses have gone under, unfortunately. And I just passed through Willits on Sunday and saw a bunch of free office desks that look perfect that the county could totally use. And I think it'd be awesome to see us implement more, you know, sustainable practices instead of spending thousands of dollars at Office Max or wherever they're going to get this furniture, but trying to find things locally to support local businesses and charities and things like that, I think would be really awesome. And it sets an example of how we want to be as humans, like for the planet. So, and we can save a lot of money. And then that $24,000 could then help another applicant get through their application process. All those little dollars add up. And so let's try to be more mindful about how we can spend it. Greatly appreciate this conversation. And again, I hope that we can have a little bit more public comment on it so that we can fine tune it and get it right to submit to the state. Thank you so much.
Next on the line is Sid Bernstein, followed by Paul Hansberry and Susan Tibbin.
Hi, my name is Sid Bernstein, and I work as a health educator at the Anderson Valley Health Center. I'm here to echo what Steve Wood has already so eloquently explained about Faulkner Park here in Boonville. I just want to reiterate to the board that this is the only free public access space that we have here in the Valley to enjoy the redwoods. It's a place I frequently send patients, both young and old, to exercise, to be outside, and to be able to enjoy the natural space we have around us free of charge. I think what PG&E is doing is very clearly, as Steve said, gutting the heart of this park and will make it unusable. And I think in years to come, we'll see, the forest succession lead to potentially greater fire risk. So, I just would love to see the board make a stand on this, really stand with us. There's a great group of committed local activists who are already here on the ground organizing, but we really, really need representative support. I think we've all seen this across the county. PG&E cuts first, ask questions later. There've been numerous violations here in the Valley already from the areas they've been cutting. So we this park's been in public hands since 1930. It's a local treasure, and again, it's one of the only county resources that we have here for people, everyday people, low-income people who don't have their own redwood groves in their backyards to go enjoy. So I just really love to see the board take a very strong stance on this as soon as possible. Thank you, and I will see the rest of my time.
Chair Jordy.
Go ahead.
County staff has met with PG&E in regards to their marking of trees in Faulkner Park. I share the concern. I'm meeting with them face to face this week. What may be fair to the public is for staff to confirm my understanding that PG&E will not cut a single tree until they've received our consent, meaning we've had a chance to look over their specific plan. And it probably best for facilities. Maybe we could go on with expression, but if facilities could give confirmation that this is the current agreement with PG&E, I think that would be helpful.
Okay, if we can get facilities in the near future, that'd be great.
Chair Jordy, this is CEO Angelo. As Supervisor Williams has said, I have heard from facilities that is correct, and we have it in writing from PG&E. So according to facilities staff and Department Head Janelle Raw, that PG&E will not cut one tree without our approval. So I think that allows us, I'm not certain what the PG&E timeframe is, but I think that allows us to bring this all to the board to review and approve before we would go back to PG&E and before they would cut a tree. Thank you.
And for clarification, CEO Angelo, the reason why PG has agreed to that consultation is, in the case of Faulkner Park is because it's a county park. The county owns the land. They've been cutting trees throughout the county and without consultation with the county because the county doesn't own the land where they've been cutting in most cases or nearly all cases.
That's right. And Allison Talbot, who is our representative, who we've worked with for years, will be here to do the presentation. And this is part of PG&E's vegetation management plan.
Okay.
Thank
Do we
you.
have other public comment?
Chair Jordy, if I could just clarify that question, is that when we say consent of the county, we're talking about the Board of Supervisors?
Chair Jordy, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Next in the line is Paul Hansberry and Susan Tibbin.
Hello, this is Paul Hansberry. Wanted to suggest that the people that are applying as part of the application for these grants, that it not be as haphazard as it seems to have happened with the equity grant. I know that after a long process that we have found out that there was an insurance requirement that needs to be satisfied before they can address the budget for the application for the projects involved. They have stated from day one that there would be no such thing as reimbursement. So you have to purchase the insurance before you can get. It's just counterintuitive. The worst part is that we didn't find out until about a week ago, maybe a week and a half ago, that that was a requirement before they could start the review. If we knew what we were getting ourselves into before, I mean, the process could move a lot more smoothly. So hopefully with this new grant, that it won't mirror the equity, and the applicants will have a little bit better picture of what they're getting themselves into, what the requirements are, how the reporting would be, what they would need to do if they need to modify their budget or their schedules, the processes for that. Those sorts of things would be really, really important for the applicants to know ahead of hand, instead of not hearing and understanding that they're the person who's doing the underwriting for the grant needs more information, but you don't know what the information is because you don't know what questions to ask. It's important that you know what questions to ask. Otherwise, you don't get the answers. So if we had the information ahead of time, that would go a long way in the success of the project. So thank you very much for listening, and I hope that this next round of grants goes a bit smoother than the equity grant seems to have gone. Thank you very much, and shall I just hand this over to Susan?
Yes, go ahead and pass it on to Susan, please.
Okay.
Hello, good morning. This is Susan Tibbin. Good morning, Chair, Board, and staff, and thank you for this opportunity. You know, democracy is messy and frustrating, but it's not nearly as unfair and frustrating as limiting public comment, particularly when we're not meeting in person. It just seems extremely unfair to the community and to those of us who've been with you from day one. Please, could we open the board 2 meetings in person with robust vaccination and mask protocols, or at the very least, try not to limit public comment? You know, time is really of the essence in terms of all of the programs we've talked about this morning, as well as Ms. Neverdal's overview. We're preparing for 2022 now. We're planting our cover crops now for carbon sequestration. So please, let's hire additional staff as quickly as possible. May we volunteer as interns to assist in some way. Many of us would be happy to do that. And, you know, like it or not, cannabis funds supported the county for decades, and we'd like to continue supporting our county, but we desperately need your help. So we're looking forward to sharing robust protocols with you. We as small farmers need transparency and a democratic process. So thank you for everything that you've shared with us today. It looks like we're going in a better direction. But again, I want to end with the equity program's ending in February of next year, and time really is of the essence. And we don't want to continue to be playing guessing games, particularly with some of the programs where if we don't know what to ask, we don't get the information. Thank you very, very much.
That concludes public comment and public expression.
Before I call anyone else, I just wanted to clarify and remind people that the state, in my understanding, only made these grant applications available about a month ago in early October. Here we are in early November, a month later, grant applications due in the middle of this month, basically next Monday. So this is not a normal circumstance where you get such a short deadline to apply for a grant, but that's, you know, the cannabis program that the state of California is administering, and so maybe it shouldn't be unexpected when it comes to cannabis. But so I do want to thank Kristen for all the hard work she's put in. Weekends, I'm certain she's working on the weekends. She's contacted me on the weekends, so so I'm sure she's doing everything she can, and I don't want any of these comments to look like I or anybody else are criticizing her work and the work of her department or program. Supervisor McCordy.
I just wanted to comment on the PG&E hack and stack, as we call it. And while redwood trees certainly need protection, and I'm 100% behind that, that'd be a travesty if they they cut a big swath through one of the treasures of Mendocino County that our county owns. But I also feel horrible when I look at 400-year-old blue oak trees that were cut down and just left to lie, not removed from people's property. I know that there's an effort going on with in Sonoma and Napa counties to address PG&E's extraordinarily damaging program to protect the fire lines and I mean their power lines. And I would like to see Mendocino County get more involved in that, and I would offer to bring information back to the board on what we can do. There is quite a lot going on, and while I recognize the need for public safety, there's more than one way to make those corridors safe. And what's going on right now, it just seems really unacceptable to me.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to comment on item 4G, the proclamation for this year's Arts Champion Awards. Just very briefly recognize the folks that did receive these awards. Black Oak Coffee as the Business Arts Champion, Corinne Pierce as in the artist category, Walala Arts for their arts organization, Larry Wagner as an arts champion in the individual category, and Blake Moore in the educator category, as well as medium gallery, which got honorable mention. I just wanted to, I know we've had an extensive conversation about the consent calendar, but I think that it's important to recognize the arts in our community. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Supervisor Williams.
I'd like to volunteer to work with Glenn. The concern has only been growing. You know, PG&E almost burnt us down, and now they're moonscaping. This is a timber harvest plan without a plan. And I think we should be collaborating with neighboring counties on getting a sensible plan in place. We do want to see vegetation removal. We do want to remove the fire danger. But you know, where they take trees down and they cut them in marketable timber in sections that are so small they can't be utilized, it's very wasteful, and I don't think it represents the values of Mendocino County.
Well, with that, sounds like we could maybe create an ad hoc committee of Supervisors McGorty and Williams to bring back recommendations for PG&E's, you want to say deforestation, but they're
Can we call it the PG&E moonscaping ad hoc?
I think it's better not to immediately get into a pejorative kind of situation and probably just call it vegetation management, but it goes beyond that. It's any one of us did that on our property, we'd probably be subject to jail. And I think that we want to definitely make a move to bring this into some sort of more reasonable practices.
Okay. So just looking at the rest of the board, Supervisor Mulhern.
I support the creation of an ad hoc and encourage you to work with Jane Chen from the Western Fire Safe Council, who's also a Sierra Club member. They've done extensive work on this project already and have a lot of research and information. I can forward her contact info to
you.
Thanks. Supervisor Hashak.
Yeah, I'm supportive of that too. I just wanted to say that Supervisor McGorty and I have communicated some about this issue, and but I don't think it would affect the work of the ad hoc. I totally support it.
Okay, so if we could record that for the minutes, so we've established an ad hoc of Supervisors McGorty and Williams on this.
And just to further expand on that real quickly too, is that RCRC has been working on this under the direction of John Kennedy, one of their legislative specialists. So we have some support already in place. And I've had some discussions with Supervisor Dillon from Napa County. So there is ample opportunity for us to pull together material, help us make a good county policy on this and extend it beyond our region.
Okay, well, we've taken public comment on non-agenda items and on consent calendar. I believe at this point we have a motion to approve the the consent calendar. Was there any other items on consent the board members wanted to discuss?
I'm sorry, Chair Jurdy, may I have the mover and the seconder for consent calendar approval?
Supervisor McCourty, were you the one that made the motion?
Yes.
And I think Supervisor Williams seconded the motion.
No,
Thank you.
Oh, okay, Supervisor Hashak, sorry.
Thank you very much. Okay, roll call vote. Supervisor McGorty,
Yes.
Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy,
Yes.
Supervisor Mulherin,
Yes.
and Supervisor Hashchak.
yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, at 11:25, we have gone through consent, public comments on non-agenda items, and reports from board members. I think it's probably, we're a little bit past due for a morning break. So let's go to a short morning break and come back at 11:35. See if we can get through at least 2 more of our morning session items before we go to closed session. And let's see, due to scheduling conflicts, let's see if we can first go to 6A, which is the discussion possible action, including presentation about the restorative justice program at the Mendocino County Jail. Item 6A, and that's being sponsored by Supervisor Mulhern, along with the Sheriff's Office and Probation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can wait. I know that the clerk will be bringing in Kate, the sheriff, and Chief of Probation, Locatelli, into the meeting. As a new supervisor, I've been making an effort to tour and meet with various departments and to see some of the programs that are happening in the county. I felt like one that when I toured the restorative justice program and talked to Kate and the sheriff about what they're working on, I felt like the full board should be made aware of the work that's being done as well as the community. And I realized that we're running short on time, so I'll just go ahead and pass it on over to Kate. If you'd like to start your PowerPoint presentation, that would be great.
Sure, I'd love to. Thanks everybody for having us. I'm here with Sheriff Kendall and Chief of Probation Locatelli, and thanks so much for inviting us. I'll go ahead and share my screen. All right, so we wanted to share a little bit about what we've been working on for almost the last year here at the Mendocino County Jail. And I'm the Restorative Justice Program Manager now here at the jail. And we have created this shift in the way that we're doing our programming and corrections here at the jail. So we wanted to share that with you. Are you able to, oh, there we go. So first of all, I'd like to address kind of why we're using that term restorative justice, because it might be new for some people in the context of corrections. So there's a lovely picture of our bees there in the garden. So we're using the human ecology model, and doing so, we want to shift the internal culture of corrections from retributive to a more restorative model. And I think that sometimes people look at corrections as a place where they want people to go and be stripped away of privileges, stripped of resources, maybe even. And we'd kind of like to flip that idea to a more restorative model. And we liken it to the soil and to amending soil to create healthy plants to thrive. So instead of using the time in jail to punish and deprive people, we would like to use the time to build the human ecology of the incarcerated people, much like building soil to make strong and healthy plants. So we know that when we deprive soil of nutrients, we end up with depleted soil that's vulnerable to erosion and disease, and plants struggle to grow. And so when we add nutrients to the soil, we create an environment for new life to thrive. And that's the same for us as humans. So why would we do this for incarcerated people? We know that when we offer people a chance to heal and to learn coping skills, gain an education, and thrive, we create a safer community. And that's really the goal of the jail, is to create a safer community. What happens in the jail affects our community as a whole, because people are cycling in and out between the jail and community. It's really does not behoove us to think of the jail as this walled off, isolated place, because it's right here in the middle of our community, and the people who come in here are our community members, and they will be going back out into the community. So an unhealthy environment inside the jail has a negative effect on the community. And so we're really wanting to create health and wellness in the folks who come in. So we know that people return to what they know when they don't have options and when they have not yet begun to heal from trauma. So the goal of our restorative justice program is to offer a chance for folks to heal their wounds and to gain skills for a better future. And so we address these three key areas of restoration in our program, and we're calling these three areas head, heart, and hands. So for the head part, we have a high school completion program, and then we have a college program as well. We want to implement trades courses through the college eventually. For the heart piece, we have domestic violence prevention groups happening and healing from domestic violence. We have parenting classes going on. We have anger management programming, and then we're implementing mindfulness and yoga now. We have SUD counseling, we have therapy starting. And so some of these things that you're seeing are already in place, and some are really a dream for us. So we want to see people developing real world trade skills that lead to jobs. We'd really like to see career and technical education being implemented here at the jail. We have a beautiful gardening and agriculture program. We'd love to see ag certificates happening through the college as well for the folks who are in the garden. And we'd really like to see a culinary program happening, perhaps in collaboration with the college. So we have the adult school here doing an amazing job helping our folks who need a high school diploma to get one. So that program is doing really well, and that's already being implemented. We also have the Rising Scholars program now that has been going for 2 years, and students are able to choose their own academic path and go to school through Mendocino College. We'd like to expand that program a little bit for on the ground in-person classes, specifically again, career and technical education classes. So we're really happy to be partnering with the college. We have addictions counseling already happening here, partnering with SUDT, with the county. We also have Consolidated Tribal Health here, working with tribal members. So we really want the programs here to be culturally relevant for people. We have trauma counseling starting, which is really exciting. We're using some narrative therapy, and as you can see, animal therapy too. We have little Beatrice here who hangs out all day and provides an amazing way for folks to get a little bit of serotonin and oxytocin boost here at the jail, not only for the inmates, but also for the corrections staff, because this job can be challenging and stressful. And so we want to just reduce the trauma load as much as we can. We have meditation and yoga. Yoga has already started. Meditation will come soon through Unconditional Freedom Project, which is one of our community partners. And we're really happy to have them here doing this yoga and teaching people these tools to lower their stress. We have anger management programming as well, which is really important. We're teaching people about PTSD and how that manifests itself in our bodies and in our minds and in our actions. We've got parenting workshops, really, really wonderful parenting workshop providers are coming in and teaching about parenting and learning how to parent from afar and learning how to repair relationships post-incarceration. We have a beautiful farm program now here at the jail. So they're growing more food than ever before here at the jail and using it in the kitchen. We'd really like to expand the inmates' ability to learn how to cook healthy foods that they've grown themselves. We'd love to get some chickens in here soon. Unconditional Freedom Project is heading up this farm program, and they're doing an incredible job because it's not just a job for the inmates, it's also just learning about, again, the human ecology. It's learning about soil, it's learning about how the soil relates to us as humans. And it's more of a well-rounded, robust program than just gardening. So they're incorporating these conversations throughout the day with people and really helping them to get an understanding of ecology. We already have a really beautiful kitchen program. This is some real bread that the inmates learn to make themselves, which is amazing. We had planned right before the pandemic hit to partner with Mendocino College to do culinary programming in the kitchen. And unfortunately, COVID just shut all of that down, but it would be really great to work our way back to that and offer certificates for the work they're already doing there in the kitchen. It's pretty amazing the skills they're learning. So it would be nice for them to get college credit for it. In the future, we'd also love to see, a sustainable construction solar technology certificate program happen in the jail. It's a growing field, especially the solar field, and we'd love to see people coming out with viable jobs and skills to be able to do that. We'd also love to see a welding program here because that's also a job that has a lot of demand. So that's a goal for the future, or a dream, maybe. We'd also just like to expand our reentry support. That's an area that we see that has a lot of room for growth. And so we'd like to see more restorative planning for people that are creating restorative plans that are individualized for each person, helping them find housing, helping them get into job placements, and just working on more case management that is individualized for people. So one exciting thing that we've been working on this year is strengthen collaboration with probation. And that's part of my role, is to strengthen our communication and strengthen the way that we collaborate to support folks who are in and out and back and forth. So probation is beginning to assess inmates' criminogenic needs while they're in custody. And they're starting to develop relationships with their probation officer before they come out. They're starting to kind of understand a little bit more about their terms of probation and get a preview of what will be expected of them. Geo Group is going to start coming in here in the jail and doing groups so that they can be familiar with the same providers and they can just continue in a seamless continuum of care. The groups that they start on the inside, they can continue those on the outside. And they'll be embedding probation in the jail. So we just created an office for probation here so that they can come in and see people when they need to and do assessments and just, again, strengthen that communication between us. So we are creating restorative plans for people, their individual case plans that, again, span from in custody activities into the discharge planning phase, creating a seamless continuum of care. And that's just something that we really need to strengthen for everybody. We have a lot of people here at the jail, and so we need a more robust team to be able to cover everyone. So here are some next steps that we'd really like to see happen. We need more case management for people. As I've said, it's right now, it's a huge job, and there are lots of people who have a lot of case management needs. And so we need more case management attention on folks. We need housing navigation services. We really need folks to get help with getting placed in housing when they leave. We'd love to see an eligibility specialist coming in and helping people with their services and helping them get their Medi-Cal turned on and things like that. And then we'd love to see a job placement specialist to just specifically work on getting people employed as they come out. So the overall concept here is that, you know, a judge's job is to punish and a jail's job is to create better neighbors. And that's really what we'd like to move toward, is that mentality of creating good neighbors that are safe neighbors for our community, and having people come out who are more well and prepared to re-enter society than they came in. So thank you so much for your time, and we'll take questions if you have them. And I think there might be a comment from Sheriff Kendall and Chief Locatelli as well.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, Judy, members of the board. I just wanted to thank you folks for, especially Supervisor Mulheron, for taking some interest in these things. COVID gave us an opportunity to begin a planning phase to be able to put a lot of these things into play. Working with Kate, working with Chief Locatelli, the goal for us always has to be that when a person comes to jail, they leave a little better off than what they have been when they walked in the door. This is not really a new concept. It seems like a new concept, but this is something that actually began a couple of 100 years ago with William Penn. The idea behind restorative justice also takes in the health and well-being of all the corrections officers. It's taking in the full view of running a facility. One of the most exciting things for me is I get a lot of calls, a lot of inquiries about, can we employ these folks when they get out of jail? Because we are in a real crisis right now for people going to work. There's a lot of places that are hiring, and we're going to be able to start providing some jobs to these folks when they walk out the door. So they're walking out the door with a job and a plan, and, you know, making a handshake with probation before they walk out the door, so that there's nothing new, nothing frightening. They know what they're supposed to be doing. And I think that we will get somewhere on this. That combined with the fact that we have the garden project going on, this reducing the price of food for the Mendocino County Jail. We also have a lot of things kind of, when people get up in the morning and they do something productive, it makes the jail an easier place to run. Everybody on earth wants to get up and do something productive. So I think that we're in a good space right now. We've had the time with COVID to be able to get things kind of lined out and ready to go. So Chief Locatelli, did you have any comments?
Yeah, thank you. I think I've been before the board talking about continuum of care probably for my last 3 years as chief here. This is just one more step of it. When I talked to you about the juvenile hall and the programming and working on youth and giving them goals and positive aspirations instead of the punitive consequences. There's always a place for punishment, but I think what I've said all along is we provide opportunity and accountability. And when we're providing that accountability, doesn't mean that opportunity ends. So partnering with the jail for us is a natural progression. And there's a quote that I really like in it, and it basically says, if you fail to plan, you are planning to fail. And, you know, I'd really like people to hear those words and think about that. When somebody gets in trouble, they will get out of jail. And if we haven't planned for their reentry, are they not going to fail? It's easy to say that, well, it's on the defendant solely for them and their success, but is that true? In our society, you know, there are people who have and there are people who have not. And if we're not providing them with opportunity and education while they're incarcerated, they may be just wasting their time, and we may not be able to reduce recidivism. So I'm very supportive of this presentation and working in a more collaborative manner with the jail and the sheriff's office. But for probation to be successful, we've always needed those collaborations. And it's not just with law enforcement, it's with social services and mental health providers. And being able to present very small topics like this to the board, I think gives a better venue and a platform for the board to understand what's happening in the community as a whole, but there still needs to be better platforms and venues for these innovative ideas to be discussed with our community. And lastly, I would just want to focus on the partnership here and what it means to understand people. And probation is providing those assessments, but doing it in the jail now gives the jail what the defendant's top criminogenic needs are and their protective factors, so that we could start strengthening people as they come back out. As they come back out with a plan that's specially tailored for them, we should hope to see better success and less recidivism, less incarceration, and a more healthy community overall. And Kate's position, she's very modest about it, but Kate's going to be the lightning rod for these changes inside of the jail. And her funding specifically comes from the CCP. Our group decided that it was time to have a better reentry, and we were able to put the funding to the sheriff's office for this program manager that is a reentry coordinator and specialist. So I think I've taken up enough of your time, so I see there's multiple questions, and I'll turn it back to Supervisor Jurdy. Thank you.
Okay, first Supervisor Williams, then Supervisor McWhorter.
I want to thank the supervisor for sponsoring this and sharing it with the full board. All of the responsible staff who make these programs possible. I'm confident that it's the right thing for us to be doing. I'm curious whether we have the ability to quantify our success, either our outcomes today versus sometime in the past. How are we trending? Or maybe our outcomes versus the region or state. Do you have any data to quantify how successful the program is?
Is that for myself or Chief Locatelli?
And anybody who might have those numbers, or if we don't have them, is that something that the board could support and fund, so that we can over time look at what's working and where to invest more?
And we are collecting those numbers through the CCP. Chief Locatelli is constantly working on those. We're working on the recidivism rates, and we're also working on kind of, it's like I say, it's a new concept, but it's an old concept. But the criminogenic needs that we have to look at and whatnot, I think are going to be the best tell for us in the next 12 months about where we're going to be sitting 2 or 3 years down the road. And Eisen can probably speak a little deeper into that. We've had numerous discussions regarding this. However, he's got the data sitting in front of him, I'm certain.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Williams. To answer your question, probation's tasked already with our state funding under SB 678 to do a lot of data analysis. I'm partnering with the static risk assessment Noble company we use in Humboldt County in particular to do a review of every Mendocino County defendant as to their risk levels. And then I'm working right now on redoing the CCP on data collection and what the definition of recidivism is. Those that go through our program, we have data on that. And as I work with the board on some funding decisions and long-term public safety, I think that we'll be better able to show you exactly what you're asking for. This program that you're being presented today is a lot of theoretical concepts that the jail is currently implementing. I am able to give you specific data as it relates to only the probationers who are going through this program and this reentry piece. So we do compare ourselves under the SB 678 funding formulas statewide as a county. So there is some data, but it's only available for probationers.
Thank you, Supervisor McWhorter.
So congratulations to the three of you for creating a really supportive ecosystem so that people can kind of re-enter our community and do better. And I know that Sheriff Kendall, with his farm boy background, relates to a lot of this and knows that all the hard work his parents made him do that at the time probably seemed unfair turned out to really be a good life lesson. And that's often how it is when you're doing tasks like this, taking care of things, taking care of animals, taking care of plants. Those are really good life coping skills where you realize, hey, if I don't water that plant, it's going to be dead. And it starts to change your perspective about how important it is to stay in touch uh, with simple matters that have great consequences. And I really, hats off to all of you. Thank you. This has made my day.
Okay, do we have any public comments in this agenda item?
Yes, on the line is Ron Edwards.
Thank you. Yeah, my hat's off and really appreciate that the Mendocino jail staff and probation is doing this. It's kind of a dear program to my heart, where back in the 70s, my dad was a college instructor at San Quentin Prison and trying to help those inmates have a better life. And I think that when an inmate can come out of jail with a set of skills, the community is much safer. And I think it's important that the board has taken the time to explain, no, we're not we're not taking this away from somebody. We're actually making the community safer. And that explanation is very important. And I didn't see it specifically, but I do believe that this can help separate someone from a gang when they have a skill set that they can be an independent, strong person and stand up on their own. Will be helpful for the community at large. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Mulhern. Your mic is muted.
Sorry, I believe that Mr. Aaron may want to speak to this item. He might be on our list of attendees, if he could be brought into the meeting.
If he's great, he did send an email saying he may be in court during the discussion today. So I'm not sure if he is in the meeting.
Chair Jody, this is CEO Angelo. Supervisor Mulhern is right. Our public defender is, he's either on the line or in the waiting room. So if we could let him in, please, so he could speak.
And we are bringing him into the meeting.
I'm sorry, I was muted. Thank you so much for letting me speak. This is something that's been near and dear to my heart. I talked to the board about this before, the importance of what's called holistic defense, which this is really an aspect of that. Holistic defense seeks to link defendants with the resources they need not to recidivate, to successfully complete probation or parole, and thereby save everybody time and expense. Supervisor Williams had asked about data. I had sent a copy of the RAND study, and if I might, I'm just reading from page 3. Holistic defense has reduced in the Bronx Defender's Office, it has reduced the likelihood of a custodial sentence by 16%, and it reduced expected sentence length by 24%. Over a 10-year period, the RAND Corporation determined that it saved 1.1 million days of custodial punishment. Just imagine the cost savings that is. That's immense. This is really important. I brought this up at one of our CCP budgeting sessions about a year ago, I believe, and asked for a social worker. Unfortunately, we weren't able to have the money for it at that time. I did get a grant position so we could have a social worker. And why is it important for the Public Defender's Office to have a social worker and that kind of outreach? That's because we see, first of all, before the jail sees them, oftentimes, certainly before probation sees them, which is only post-conviction, we see the people who are homeless, who are getting arrested, who are coming to our office asking for help because they're drug addicted, because they have family issues, things like that. And we can help connect them with probation, with mental health, with behavioral health, housing assistance, and things like that. And I think that together, if we work together, and I would hope that in the future, probation and the sheriff's office will think of the public defender's office who are representing the people that they're talking about, helping, so that we can all collaborate together. Thank you for letting me speak.
Okay, looking to you, Supervisor Mulhern, is there anything else you'd like to share?
Yeah, just one final comment. I know that this board is tasked with many very important policy decisions, and I just think it's incredibly important for all 5 of us and the members of our community to know and acknowledge when we see departments that are really able to break down these silos to help the betterment of our community, and whether those are incarcerated individuals or business owners or residents. A program like this just supports everybody in our community. So I want to thank the board and all of the team members that have come today to share this information. And I encourage the community to reach out. I'll put Kate on the spot if they feel like they have skills or assets. I know that she will be looking for volunteers in the future to be able to assist with some types of programming. So thank you, everybody, for taking the time today.
Okay, well, thank you all for this innovative approach. Okay, well, it's a little after 12 o'clock, but I'm looking at the board. I understand our closed session won't take the full 90 minutes. Do we have time to go into the COVID update at this point?
Chair Jurdy, this is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty, and I do recommend that we take up the COVID update.
So let's go into the COVID update. It's 9 minutes after 12 if public health is available.
Yes, I am available. Would you like me to start my presentation?
That'd be great, Dr. Warren. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy, Supervisors, and CEO Angelo. I last reported in the summer-fall Delta surge seemed to be retreating here and throughout the state, but since then, we have seen a steady rise in cases, and this trend was quickly followed by the state. This drew attention to the CDPH as 20 other counties showed increasing case rates. It's still possible that this represented simply an early Halloween bump, other than an early surge, but it's better to play it safe now. So on the screen right now shows our epi curve for all the way back from July 2020 on the left, and it shows we had a large surge in the winter here from November to February. And then we came down pretty nicely in April and May and started rising again for the much larger summer surge. And then it came down, and you can see on the far right that since about the earlier mid-November, there is this hook that seems like it's going back up. So the case rate on November 6th was 22.5 per 100,000 per day, which was 74% more than 3 weeks ago. And it's higher than Halloween was in 2020, just before the winter surge. So it's now 20.5 today when I checked. So we may be going up and down a little bit, but the trend, I think, is fairly clear here and throughout the state. We have more people in isolation, 178, and in quarantine, 75 today. Our test positivity has gone up 30% from 4.4% to 6.3%, and that's consistent with a high community transmission. The hospitals have been very busy, reporting only 0 to 2 available ICU staffed beds and staff shortages, but they're usually for other reasons of admission. COVID hospitalizations are down to 10 in the county. However, I would expect with the current rise, if it continues, that the hospitalizations may continue as the case numbers go up. COVID deaths now, unfortunately, account for 92 Mendocino County residents. That is 5 more than 3 weeks ago. And we currently have 2 people under shelter. The outbreaks in Round Valley and Covelo have been coming down in numbers, but they still continue to show few cases per week. There have been outbreaks at skilled nursing and one of our hospitals, but they really seem to be contained and winding down at this point. The schools have had 37 exposure events during this pandemic, but none so far have qualified as an outbreak, which is defined as involving 3 cases linked to an in-school exposure. There was a concern last week about an outbreak in Willits, but it involved transmission at a postseason football celebration rather than any in-school exposures. And at this time, there is Potter Valley High School, which closed their high school class due to 6 students and 1 staff member, all of whom unvaccinated, who tested positive, but they were involved in 4 different exposure events, so not formally tied to an outbreak. The decision was made, however, to close for 10 days due to three issues. One was those numbers accounted for 10% of the student body. There was also a significant number of non-compliant, even defiant families who wouldn't let their children be tested or in any other way change their behaviors. They weren't masked, and so they've continued to send their students to school unmasked, and so it made modified or shortened quarantine impossible to track. And the third reason to close it was really to avoid confrontations with some of these students and families. So again, we've had a number of school outbreaks, but of school exposure events, but no outbreaks. As far as vaccinations go, they remain our best hope for returning to normal. Since my last presentation, 3rd and booster doses have received emergency use authorization approval, and we're distributing them now countywide. As of last week, 8,243 3rd and booster doses have been administered. The demand for these, unfortunately, has been slower than we expected, but we're reaching out to vaccinate those in skilled nursing facilities, long-term care facilities, and other seniors who would be at highest risk for hospitalization if they were to get sick. Boosters often brings up the question of efficacy, and recent research, though strongly favoring getting these 3rd and booster doses in certain groups, it concludes that the efficacy of the vaccine continues. And in California, the October case rates were researched and showed that 1/7 of those cases were in vaccinated people. So the ratio of vaccinated to unvaccinated was 7-1. And for hospitalizations, the ratio was 10-1, and mortality was 15-1, with the unvaxxed people being suffering much more from that. The big news at this point is that the FDA last week gave emergency use authorization for vaccines for 5 to 11 years old. These are already being offered through the county clinics, FHQCs, and the pharmacies. This week, we're starting at the end of this week to hold several school-located vaccine clinics here in Ukiah. And there are often questions of why we should vaccinate in this group when it appears that fewer are infected and the illnesses in this group are usually less severe. So I wanted to go through some presentations which were made at the advisory committee to the CDC before it was approved. This slide shows the burden in the United States of these pediatric infections. So there were 1.9 million cases identified, 8,300 hospitalizations, 2,316 cases of multi-system inflammatory syndrome in children, or MIS-C, and there were 94 deaths. But the burden extends beyond these case counts. Schools are interrupted, lives are disrupted, and I also wanted to point out that there's long COVID, which is becoming more of a significant problem in school-age children, with the UK having done some research and showing about 7% of the children's COVID wind up being long COVID. And when the multi-system inflammatory disease hits, this is a rare but severe COVID complication that involves the body's own immune system overreacting and attacking many organs, with 60 to 70% of these people requiring intensive care unit care, and with 1 to 2% of them dying. Can we have the next slide, please? Also wanted to show that in the United States, in the year from October 2020 to October 21, the number of COVID cases ranked as the 9th leading cause of death. And so you can see that here, the box on the left shows 66 COVID deaths during that time in the 5 to 11 year age group. And if you look on the right, the number of deaths for these other causes puts COVID clearly in the ranking of the top 10. Also, post-COVID symptoms include problems with fatigue, headache, insomnia, concentration, muscle and joint pains. Again, the long COVID is increasing in young people. This slide shows some of the indirect impacts, including mental health and emotional health, the loss of caregivers. Over 148,000 children in the United States have lost a parent to COVID last year. There's also, of course, the loss of educational opportunities and others. Children are also very able to transmit this virus as well as adults. And the following slide shows another perspective looking at hospitalizations and death from COVID, comparing it to other vaccine preventable illnesses and deaths that we already require vaccines for. So we're looking at hepatitis with, well, here they are with the deaths, 3 deaths per year. These are deaths per year prior to vaccination. The meningococcal meningitis in the 11 to 18 years old, 8 deaths in a year. Varicella or chickenpox in 1990 to 1994, before we had the vaccine, 16 people died in a year. Rubella is German measles, 17 died per year prior to the MMR vaccine being authorized. Rotavirus is a viral illness of newborns and very young children, and they have 20 deaths per year. COVID-19 in this past 1 year was responsible for 66 deaths. So it's clearly not a benign disease. It is very important. When we look at the safety of the vaccine, which is of course very important, there have been no significant side effects of special interest or significant increase in minor or transient side effects. So this shows the, let's go back to that for a minute. No anaphylaxis, no myocarditis or pericarditis, no Bell's palsy, no appendicitis, and the adverse events and side effects defined by the CDC as special types of side effects are the hypersensitivity, for example, angioedema, and other allergic reactions, not as bad as anaphylaxis, but also arthritis, vasculitis. These have not occurred. And when we look at it on the next slide, please. Oh, here is another thing. Reactogenicity was mild to moderate, which is, for example, when your arm hurts and you've got a vaccine, or other mild to moderate local reactions. And it is actually less common in this age group than in the 16 to 25-year-old age group. And the profile done on this group did not show any significant safety concerns in children 5 to 12 years old. And the next slide is a graphic showing the incidence of COVID-19 in those people who are not vaccinated. On the brown line, they were given placebo compared to those people who were given the low dose. It's a little bit lower than the usual dose we give for Pfizer, but the low dose of the Pfizer vaccine. And so there's clearly a very large difference in those people who've been vaccinated versus those who've had the placebo. So in order to answer a lot of questions that I'm sure the parents will have, we're planning a town hall on November 15th at 6:30 p.m., working with the Mendocino Office of Education, State Senator Mike McGuire's office, a speaker from the California Department of Public Health, and a local pediatrician. As of November 6th, in Mendocino County, we have administered 119,427 vaccines, and that means that 72% of eligible people have been fully vaccinated. Note that starting tomorrow, these numbers will change when they add in the denominator, the children from 5 to 11 years old, and so we'll expect a drop in these percentages by about 7%. From an equity perspective, 81.7% of those people in quartile 1 are fully vaccinated, and 69.4% in quartile 2 are fully vaccinated. This is significantly, for quartile 1, significantly better than the state, and the quartile 2 is a little bit behind the state. By age, we still have the lower age group, 12 to 17, are only 48.6% fully vaccinated, which is less than California, and the 18 to 49-year-old group is 67.8% fully vaccinated, and that's significantly less than California, since this, of course, this is the group that most of our cases are coming from. The 50 to 64-year-old age group is 84.5% fully vaccinated, and the over 65 is 79.5% fully vaccinated. These two groups, we do better in Mendocino County than the rest of the state. From the point of view of race and ethnicity, the non-Hispanic Caucasians are 69.2% fully vaccinated, and the Hispanic community is 60.8% fully vaccinated, and that is, both of these groups are at higher vaccination rate than the rest of California. And though there is a disparity between these two numbers, the Hispanic community has been taking significantly more vaccines in the last month or so, and the disparity is decreasing. Unfortunately, Native Americans are only 50.8% fully vaccinated, and this disparity is being addressed both by Indian Health, county, and state assistance. As far as orders, I've recently released updates to the isolation and quarantine orders and the school orders, both of which are clarified now to show how to safely shorten the duration of quarantine. And in the school, it also decreases the number of required testing of the children so they can get out of quarantine a little sooner. And also last week was released guidance for school sports and after-school activities, confirming indoor masking with some exceptions and outlining the means to reduce risk of transmission. The posting order for restaurants and bars went into effect last week to provide transparency to the community to see and choose where they may want to go based on COVID precautions. So in summary, as our case rates have increased, this possibly heralds another surge. It certainly is looking that way to me. We're certainly in a danger of that. The state modelers have not yet determined whether this will be a big or bigger surge than it was last year. We, of course, have more people vaccinated, so that should mitigate it. And the best course is to vaccinate as many people as possible, especially those who need third and booster doses, and now adding in the very safe and effective vaccine for the 5 to 11-year-olds. State and federal mandates are hoped to improve the demand. In the meantime, during the holidays, we want to advise people to continue their non-pharmacologic risk reduction, including indoor masking and even masking outdoors if in crowds, maintaining safe distances, increasing ventilation, frequent hand washing, keeping gatherings small, and preferably gatherings of only vaccinated housemates and close relatives. And with that, I'll close my presentation. I know I've said it really quickly, but I know the time is short.
Dr. Corn, just briefly on the chart you showed, which seems to be projecting another surge, does it indicate the percentage of people or numbers of people who are testing positive for COVID? Or do you have a similar chart that shows those who are experiencing severe symptoms from COVID? And I guess where I'm going with that is with 80+% of the Mendocino County residents having at least one vaccination shot, it seems my presumption would be that based on everything else you've said, that that the severity of the COVID exposure would be much less, even if the numbers are higher. Do you have that kind of tracking?
Yeah, I don't have the numbers of that at this point, but I can tell you from looking at the contact investigation, contact tracing, we clearly have growing numbers of cases that are positive. But as I said, hospitalization rates have not gone up in the same way. Unfortunately, we have had a larger number in the last 3 weeks of people passing away. They have predominantly been elderly people with significant comorbidities. And I would expect that that number would go up if we have more and more cases. But I can't give you the exact breakdown right now. I don't have that data in hand. But the chart that we showed at first with the green lines on the black background is all cases. It doesn't differentiate the severity of cases.
Thanks. Any questions for Dr. Corn? Okay. Do we have any public comments in this agenda item?
Yes, first on the line is Carrie Shattuck.
Ms. Shattuck, you can begin speaking whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Carrie Shattuck. The beginning of this meeting shows the lack of organization of this board. Cannabis continues to be in the public expression, not on the agenda where it clearly needs to be, and comments are turned off, an ongoing issue with these meetings. This board continues to ignore the wishes of the people they are supposed to be representing. Just because a new bill violating the Brown Act says you can continue to keep meetings closed does not mean that you should. All of you are out in the public, going to restaurants, etc., and not to mention the Pumpkin Fest. So the hypocrisy continues. Using Corin as your scapegoat and writing yet another resolution to keep the meetings closed. Very typical of politicians and complete lack of transparency. Dr. Corin is targeting the kids with his overreaching vax clinics at schools. This injection is not FDA approved for any age at this point. Only Comirnaty, which is not even available. Do your research. He says to follow the science, yet has been completely ignoring natural immunity. Also, where's the flu numbers? I know this county is receiving outside funding to push all these agendas on our small community. I have made it my mission to follow the money trail. I and many others will not stop until you are all held accountable. Don't forget the Nuremberg Code and crimes against humanity, which you will be held accountable for. A true leader does not pit the community against each other. A true leader unites. I'm not seeing any leadership from my county, only censorship. Is it really expected for the public to believe that big pharma and politicians have our family's best interest as their top priority? While you have had no disruption to your paycheck and security while implementing overreaching orders and mandates for the community you are supposed to be representing, you sit here isolated at this meeting while our county continues to decline. Less nurses, less law enforcement, residents are leaving in droves due to this overreach that you have handed to one man that continues to take orders from big government and big pharma. We, lovers of our free country, will continue to fight this hypocrisy and tyranny. Thank you for your time.
Next on the line is Samantha Ernest.
Hello. I'm going to go off my notes a little bit here because the comment about the vaccine being very safe and effective for 5 and 11-year-olds absolutely infuriated me. We have no data that that is true, and the children that have been being vaccinated most recently, we're starting to see strokes, heart attacks, dropping dead. Children are dying from these vaccines. And if you don't know this, then you're not doing enough research. These vaccines are inadequate at best and extremely dangerous at worst. And I think we can all agree that this is not the pandemic we were told it would be. This is a pandemic of propaganda and fear. This is not a pandemic of the unvaccinated. The vaccinated are filling up the hospitals now faster than the unvaxxed ever did. The case numbers were manufactured. The death numbers were manufactured. A CDC study that was released in October saying a study from March of 2020 to March 2021 of 5 million people who were hospitalized with COVID, there were only 460,000 that had zero comorbidities, an average of 3 to 5 for the other 4.5 million. 3 to 5 comorbidities. Most people are complying at this point out of fear, not of the virus, but of the government and its overreach. They're complying out of fear of fines, out of social repercussions, out of losing their, further negative impacts on their businesses. This virus has a 97 to 99.75% survival rate, depending on your age group. We're over it. Like the county is forming, there are groups forming all over the place. The state, there are groups forming all over the place. There are groups forming all over the United States, all over the world that are over this. This is not the pandemic that we were told it was, and we are ready for the government overreach to stop.
I have a question.
Hello?
Yeah, Chair, may I ask the speaker a question?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, so one of your first claims, if we could jump back to children are dropping dead from the vaccination, how many children have dropped dead in Mendocino County from the vaccination?
I don't know if any have here in our county, but it's definitely happening on the planet. And I think maybe we should open up some sort of email where it's strictly for COVID, because it seems like we're sending a lot of information that's not getting through because it's getting lost in a bunch of other emails. In fact, Dr. Horn said when he was at that Ukiah gym meeting for the local businesses that you guys often get overwhelmed with emails. Perhaps we could open up some type of email strictly for COVID.
Chair Jurdy, would you like me to respond at all?
Sure, if you have any response, go ahead.
I don't want to make a large response. I think one of the concerns, though, that we've had throughout this pandemic is the misinformation and disinformation. and I would challenge the speakers when they're saying how many people are dying of the vaccine to produce their own research, where we have the vaccine adverse reaction reporting and SAFE, which is a smartphone process that everybody can put in, and every case of injury or illness or death is recorded and researched. And we keep that because we do care very much about the children. I produced some data to this group just now, and yes, the numbers, if you look at them as just numbers, are not overwhelming. But each one of those children who died, or each one of those children who had parents die, is a tragedy. And that is backed up with very good research about the protection that the vaccines give and the lack of any significant numbers of side effects. So I would challenge the speakers to put their information together before they challenge the data that I'm producing. And I think this is happening, yes, all over the county and the state and the country. And it's vexing us all because the mortality rate and the illness rate and the outcomes need to be addressed. And by throwing, a curveball into the information that shows these are very safe and effective vaccines, it frightens people, and people don't come for the vaccines. And this is the worst, it's not the first time, but this is probably the worst history of misinformation, incorrect information, but disinformation, purposeful dissemination of incorrect information that's being used to frighten people off. I'm no fan of big pharma. I don't like the profit being made off of the illness of children or anyone else, but we have a very effective treatment against a very deadly disease, and I think that that people should acknowledge that, and we should see if we can get out of this. We are all over it, as the first person said, and we want to get out over it by safely vaccinating people and getting the numbers down to as low as they possibly can. And that's all I will respond to say.
Okay, thank you. I see a hand raised in the clerk of the board's office.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty, and we do have one more person on the line who signed up for telecomment, and I want to make sure that their opportunity to speak isn't lost.
Okay, go ahead.
On the line is Danielle Brassfield.
Danielle, you
Hello,
can begin speaking whenever. There you go. Okay.
Thank you. This is Danielle Brassfield. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would like to just say my opposition to keeping the board closed to the public. We have a lot of community members that are struggling to get their message across and to hear what the board has to say and what the public wants to say to the board. And, you know, on that previous comment of get the information in place, we have a lot of groups involved in the county that are accumulating all of the information that we have that is what we find to be true and accurate compared to what the board and Dr. Corrin is reporting on. And we would be happy to have the board come to our town hall. We have a town hall meeting on this Sunday at 2 p.m. at the Alex Thomas Plaza to go over this information. And we would be happy to share what we are finding and reporting on, because there is a massive amount of data of studies coming out of information that is going against the traditional narrative that these vaccines are safe and effective. And we would be happy to share it if anybody wants to listen. We have that data, we have that information. You can go on our Mendocino Patriots Telegram channel, Mendocino Freedom Health Fighters on Facebook. We have growing number of hundreds of people in this county who are scared and nervous and feel like our voices are not heard. And so we are combining our resources and figuring out the truth and getting down to the matter of this. And we just want to be heard. And we feel like we are not with the board and with our city officials. So I invite you to this Sunday at 2 p.m. Alex Thomas Plaza. We're all gathering to go over this information, and we would love to have the Board of Supervisors and anybody else, members of the public, to hear what we have to say, because we're all concerned citizens for what's going on in our county. So thank you, and hope to see you on Sunday, because we want to be heard, and we feel like our voices are being suppressed with this whole teleconference and information. So hope to see you on Sunday. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Okay, does that conclude this agenda item? Supervisor reporting.
I just have a question for Dr. Corrin. If there is a large body of scientific evidence that shows that the vaccine is harming people, wouldn't you be aware of it as a doctor and a scientist?
Yes, I would be aware of it, and I would be, you know, sticking up my hand and trying to protect my patients and my community. But there just isn't any valid information that the risks of the vaccine outweigh the risks of not getting vaccinated. And that's one of the questions that we always ask ourselves as doctors, and people ask us, would you give it to a family member? And my answer is yes, my family is vaccinated. And I think a lot of the people here do. And I do get presented a lot of the data through California Department of Public Health, the CDC. We review it all. Some of it needs to be picked apart for scientific reasons. And but we overall look at that. And that's why it takes so long for the experts in Washington and then on the West Coast to look at this data and say, well, this is really safe enough to go forward with beginning our vaccine campaign. And that's what they've determined.
And let's look at a place like Marin County, where I think they have the highest vaccination rate. What are they seeing now? What's going on there? Do they have lots of sick people because of the vaccine, or what's the experience?
No, they're doing very well. Throughout the state and the country, the case rates and hospitalization rates and mortality is in inverse proportion to the numbers who are vaccinated. So the more people vaccinated, the less with these serious complications of hospitalization and death. It's really very, very consistent. And the research is being done continuously. I mean, just to say, I think I've said this before, as doctors, we don't want to put something in a body that's young and healthy that we don't feel more than 100% confident is better for them than not getting it. I mean, who would want to cause illness in a little baby or a child or a teenager or an adult? We don't want to do that. People are healthy. And so it's not always apparent from looking around us, which is why we use big data research about the country, the world in this case, the state and our county, to show what the risks are when people are not vaccinated versus when people are vaccinated. And it's very clear. It's very clear. It's safer to be vaccinated at this point. It's a good protection. And we're continuing to recommend it for the 5 to 11-year-old group now, because it's been so successful in the other age groups. And the research so far shows that the vaccine is very safe, probably will be more safe than the adolescent group was. And it's very effective. We're using a smaller dose at this point. So.
Great. Supervisor Hashtag.
Thank you, Chair Judy. I'd just like to thank Dr. Corrin for his work and for the public health team for all their efforts on this, and everyone else who's working to create healthier communities. And I'd also like to thank the presenter or the people who spoke out today, because we had some comments and we might not agree. I might not agree with what those comments were, but the comments were civil and respectful. And I think that the other week, it crossed that line for me, that they weren't. And so I appreciate these comments today, and thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to ever agree, all of us in Mendocino County. I tend to think Dr. Corrin is not paid off by pharma. I think he's here taking less pay than he could get in private industry because he cares about the residents of Mendocino County. Some people won't see it that way. They will see it that now we're, pharmaceutical through doctors are coming for the children. But nothing is coming before the Board of Supervisors where my opinion has any bearing. We're not setting restrictions of any sort. So you don't really the public doesn't need to convince me or probably city council. These are state and federal issues. This is the wrong venue. We're not decision makers about restrictions related to vaccinations.
Okay, we do have, I'm not quite sure why it's on this agenda item, but we do have something that's the beginning of each public meeting since September, which is to acknowledge the continued public health risks of COVID and the state provisions for public meetings through Zoom, et cetera. So we do need to have approval of the attached resolution that's on basically every single public meeting in California these days. Supervisor Hashtag.
I'll move the recommended action, if that's what's needed.
Yeah, we need a motion in a second.
I would second that.
Okay, we have roll call.
Yes. Supervisor Mulherin?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashtag?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Corin. It is nearly 12:50. We'll take a quick break and meet into closed session, let's say at 1 o'clock. See you then.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County. The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me I.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
Ini manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
या ये है all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated. Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives. Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
when schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone,
especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible to save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders.
For ourselves.
For you.
For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado.
Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet में आया.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yon robrom knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders.
For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
So at 9:31, we're resuming our public session of the board meeting, and we did not hear items 9A or 9C. We did have an update on 9B, and we still have we have a couple morning items we still have to get to later this afternoon. But next we have a 1:30 timed item, and I believe that's the joint meeting with the Community-Based Advisory Redistricting Commission. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair Jordy. Agenda item 5C, public meeting with the Redistricting Commission.
Okay, great. Can you invite them into the meeting?
Yes, we can.
Sherry or Charlotte, would either of you or Leaf like to just introduce the item?
Yes, good afternoon, Chair, members of the board, CEO Angelo, County
County Council Curtis and the Redistricting Commissioners. I believe they will be joining us very shortly. We hope the commissioners, we have Kyle Farmer, Peter McNamee, Paula Cohen, Dee Pallison, and Mary Ziadi. And I'm Sherry Johnson with the Executive Office. So with this item, we will be reviewing the draft map process and upcoming deadlines, the redistricting criteria summary presented by Assistant County Counsel Scott, public comment themes, community of interest, and that will also be presented by Assistant County Counsel Scott. And we also will be having the recommended maps from the Advisory Redistricting Commission, which will be presented by the Redistricting Chair, Kyle Farmer, and Lee Farr, our GIS coordinator. And I would ask if Dylan Knowles could please share his screen with the PowerPoint. Thank you. Next slide, please. All right. And then next slide too, please, Dylan. So today we'll to go over the draft map process. So the Advisory Redistricting Commission has held 8 public workshops since September 1st of 2021. As you know, the census data was released in early October, which required a 1-week waiting period before we could begin drafting maps. On October 20th and October 27th and November 3rd, draft maps were reviewed and refined during the public workshops. On November 3rd, our redistricting committee recommended 2 maps, preferred map draft 10, followed by draft 9, for consideration by the Board of Supervisors today. The maps are still in draft form. The public may continue to provide input to the Board of Supervisors or to our redistricting email, which is redistricting@mendocinocounty.org. The Board of Supervisors may provide direction on map modifications today. So the upcoming deadlines, as we are meeting today to review draft maps recommended by the Advisory Redistricting Commission, identify the preferred map with any requested revisions. So tomorrow, November 10th, staff will publish the final or revised map. On November 18th, we have a special Board of Supervisors meeting to approve the final map. And that is in requirements that we need to publish the final map. We need 7 days to publish the final map. On November 30th, staff to publish the final map. And then on December 7th, we plan to introduce the ordinance to adopt the final map. And then on the 14th, we will have a second reading of the map. And then by December 15th, we will meet our statutory deadline to adopt the map. And thank you for that. And I'll be turning it over to Assistant County Counsel Scott.
Thank you, Sherry. Charlotte Scott, Assistant County Counsel. We're just going to briefly review the redistricting criteria in the next couple of slides. This is the criteria which informed the process of considering public testimony and drafting the maps and resulted in the recommended draft maps that you will be seeing today. So first and foremost, the Constitution of the United States, as interpreted by case law in the 1960s, requires that the principle of one person, one vote, and basically that every person's vote be voted or be weighted equally. And so our local and state laws regarding redistricting, California Election Code Section 21500, requires that our supervisorial districts also be substantially equal in population, and that the laws regarding the constitutional case law regarding equal population has evolved over the years. And currently, whenever redistricting is considered, both statewide and in county supervisorial districts, a plan with a maximum population deviation under 10% falls within the category of a minor deviation from the one person, one vote principle. And so currently our 2011 maps, which we reviewed at the very beginning after census data was released, indicates that right now our districts do exceed that substantial equal population, that maximum deviation. So currently the maps show that District 4 is the least populated district, District 3 the most populated district. There is a 14.7% difference in total deviation between those districts. Next slide, please. And so coming into the redistricting process, we already knew that we would need to adjust for population. So the second principle, which is also outlined in our state law 21500B, is that our supervisorial districts cannot be drafted in a way that dilutes racial and language minority voting rights. And the principle and the question to ask in any redistricting, once the data for the census is released, is to look at our districts and assess, is there a large and geographically compact minority population that might constitute a majority of a single district? So is there 50% or more of a geographically compact population in a district that could be a majority and then could vote for a supervisor of their choice? If that is the case, then we have to ensure that we're not concentrating minority population to only allow that to occur in one district if perhaps there was a majority in more than one, or cracking up a majority if there were in one and diluting that population among several districts. So right now, in looking at our county, we don't have a large geographically compact minority population that could comprise more than 50% of a district. So we assessed for that issue, found that there isn't a Voting Rights Act compliant issue. Without Voting Rights Act, we aren't permitted to consider race as a characteristic, as a predominant factor in drawing the lines. Next slide, please. And so following those two constitutional and federal principles, the state law for California includes 5 other criteria that are ranked in order that we must follow in drawing our district lines. So the first and most prioritized criteria is keeping the districts contiguous, geographically contiguous. So ensuring that there's only one shape of a district, not having districts with a circle around one community and connected to another district far away, and having one contiguous line that surrounds the entire district. The second is that we preserve, to the extent possible, minimizing the division of our neighborhoods and communities of interest. And the definition of a community of interest is a population that shares common social or economic interests that should be included within a single district for purposes of its effective and fair representation. So some communities prefer to be divided among more than one district and have made that clear through comments. And some may prefer to be kept together for purposes of one district. In any event, when we're looking at communities of interest, we aren't to include political parties. And a community of interest does not include incumbents or political candidates. The next criteria is keeping the integrity of our cities and our census designated places. The census designated places are for the most part in Mendocino County, the towns in our county. And again, this is to the extent possible, and the criteria is ranked in order of priority. The next criteria is ensuring that our districts have easily identifiable boundaries. Typically, that is natural boundaries such as ridges and rivers, and can also be things like roads, highways, and the like. And finally, the least prioritized criteria is compactness, trying to maintain the districts to have them be as compact as possible so that a district is not so large that we're bypassing nearby populated areas for far more distant areas. And this could be an example. This could be a long, narrow, very long strip of the county. And so finally, the one criteria we are not permitted to consider is political parties. Next slide, please. So these are the public comment themes and community of interest testimony, the larger themes that among all of the many comments that the commission received throughout the last few months, and in particular since beginning the drafting of maps. So these are not, of course, every single comment, but what we did is we took a look at all comments and tried to help the commission by showing some general overarching themes. So the first theme, and the one that had the most commentary, was keeping Mendocino in District 5 and or favoring no change in the District 4-5 boundaries. We received over 65 comments about that. A sub-theme of that was naturally that those who did not favor a split of Casper, which is north and above in District 4, that's a sub-theme. We had over 20 comments, and I think we've maybe received more since the last meeting. There's some other sub-comments in there. Just a small handful had initially requested extending the line north, but again, most comments focused on keeping just Mendocino in District 5 or preserving the current line. The next most extensive comment theme we received was keeping Laytonville in District 3. Over 50 comments on that topic, on that theme. And then you'll see the sub-themes within that theme. For example, keeping Laytonville connected to Covelo, keeping Laytonville connected to the greater Willits area, and connecting Laytonville to Leggett, actually expanding District 3. And also, of course, not comments in support of keeping together the Round Valley community and any political boundaries of the Round Valley Indian tribes. Looking on to the next theme, we had quite a fair amount of comments on Hopland and keeping Hopland in District 1 and some sub-themes related to that, followed by adding some of the areas adjacent to the city of Ukiah, the urban areas, and also the Western Hills areas to District 2. And then we received a small handful of comments that just, without talking about specific cities and lines, just asked that we keep District 5 smaller, make it more compact. So with all of these themes, the Redistricting Commission worked very closely with GIS Administrator Lee Farr and drafted maps over the last few weeks. At the last meeting last week, the Commission voted unanimously to recommend their preferred map to this Board of Supervisors, that is Draft Map 10, and they followed that up with a vote to also approve sharing Draft Map 9. And each of those two maps followed, for the most part, the themes that are described, and to the extent possible that keeping in mind the substantial equal population, not treading into the maximum of up to 10% total deviation permitted. And so now, next slide, please. We will turn it over to Chair of the Redistricting Commission, Kyle Farmer, and he can just briefly describe to you the decision reached by the Commission on recommending Draft Map 10, followed by Draft Map 9. And then I believe Lee Farr will go bring up the maps and show you in the GIS software so that you can look more closely. He can help zoom in and show you closer any boundaries you're interested in revisiting today.
Thank you, Charlotte. Thank you, everybody. I learned a lot through this process. One of the biggest things was that people really love where they live here. And that was a really positive thing to see in a lot of these letters. People are really passionate about how they define their community of interest. They're really passionate about, in many cases, their watersheds, their economies. We have a difficult county, I think, when it comes to redistricting, just because of the mountainous nature and the fact that we have the coast on one side that limits a lot of the ways we were able to shape the map. We did it very iteratively. I think that you could see, if you look through the maps, along with some of the maps being brainstorm sessions to figure things out, you can see the way that this iterative process evolved. And sometimes you kind of had to put your toe out in one direction in order to, kind of excite the beast of the community over there, and then hear from them about what they really were most passionate about, and try to draw a map that took into account, to whatever extent we could, balancing a lot of letters from people that really made things so that we couldn't do what both parties wanted in a way. The clearest of those, I think, was how we had to try to accommodate Laytonville. The first map actually did the simplest thing and just moved Laytonville into the fourth. And that was clearly something that didn't work for people, because even though other areas of the Laytonville community of interest were still in the third, they're sort of their hub, their heart, where they bring their kids to school, where they're going to have their community meeting, where the third district supervisor was going to come to hear from the community, was now in the fourth. So that would have changed the dynamics, perhaps even more than the population numbers would have represented. And I think that's what we were hearing from people. One map that actually was more of a brainstorming map that was going to be something we could use, kind of like we were setting the checkerboard to be able to do that conversation. Map draft number 4 had the line moving south into Mendocino, and that got people really excited too. I just want to mention that I think we would have sent you guys a map that included that, as unpopular as that would have been, if it could have also really complied with what we were hearing from the Laytonville region. I think that I would have personally, as the chair, pushed that we send you a map similar to this one, and another one that might have explored what would it look like to try to really honor those 55 letters from Laytonville, even if it meant not completely honoring the 66 from Mendocino. The problem being that you move that line south and you still haven't solved the third district being too large. And so from there, then you try to start solving third district being too large, and the only way to do something about that starts getting really weird and really wonky, and something that nobody was asking for. So there was no way to utilize the moving 4-5 in order to more fully represent the interest that we were hearing from 3-4. And so that's why both of the maps you guys are seeing today are very similar. The differences being in how we work with the Ukiah area and the outlying areas of Ukiah. That's something that could use some more workshopping. We did our best to try to explore every option there, but it really is something that it might be worth the Board of Supervisors itself looking at. Draft map 2 accommodates a little bit more of the Western Hills, which tends to be kind of lower populations. The problem when you get to Ukiah, as you guys will find with Leaf in this map, you move one block, in Bell Springs, and it's not shifting your numbers in any crazy way. But you move a block that you think, oh, we can probably do something about that little tiny little square over there, and boom, there's 1,000 people. So the Ukiah area, just because of the granularity and the number of people, are a place that could use a little bit more attention. There's also a line in draft map 9 that has been, in my opinion, unquestionably improved, involving the Cave Creek area that Leaf can speak to more. So even looking at draft map 9, I would assume that you would want to have the boundary between District 1 and 3 as it is in draft map 10, because that comes from Leaf looking at some of the road, the way that people leave that area, which tends to be south into Redwood Valley. Seasonally, they can go into Willits. So I just want to note too, this has been an accelerated process, and there have been, you never know what could have been, but I don't know how things would have been different if we had had more time in this process. But I do want to note on the record for the next redistricting that if we did not have Leif Farr and his level of experience and his sort of coming into this already with so much understanding, if it had just been an advisory committee and a really capable GIS person, it would have been impossible within the time period. So it is thanks to Leif's ability and his background knowledge that this did work out as well as it did in the condensed time period. So just in case in 10 years that happens again, and they're like, oh, they managed to pull it off last time, it'll be fine. That's not true. And I just want to thank all the staff and everybody too. And it's great to get to know all you guys over Zoom. Leif can talk more about what that boundary ended up looking like between 3 and 4. It is by no means, it is by no means sort of a net positive of everything that people were hoping for. But I do think that I am honestly surprised at what we were able to pull off. And I think that the county will continue to govern itself well with this map. Thank you, guys.
I can go ahead and share the screen now with a map application. So this is the county's public GIS portal and one of the maps we put up for the redistricting process. We put on this site. And again, this is the current district boundaries. And I'll just go over a little bit about draft map 10 because that was the preferred alternative. So these are the boundaries of draft map 10. And our county council went over some of the criteria, and I just wanted to point that out really quickly. These red areas are census designated places. That's the Census Bureau's attempt to get standard statistics for unincorporated communities, although our incorporated cities are also census designated places. And I'll just zoom in here a little bit. The boundaries here, this yellow boundary is our city boundaries. We have 4 incorporated cities. And I just want to point out that both draft maps 9 and draft maps 10 do not split incorporated cities or census designated places. So in that sense, the Redistricting Commission did very well in meeting that criteria. Also, we don't, for drawing boundaries via census blocks that follow creeks and rivers and roads and ridgelines, they did a reasonable job of keeping everything compact and in contiguity to each other. So we don't have any skinny little arms reaching out and grabbing a blob of population here or there. So those criteria in both of these draft maps have been met. Again, here's the district boundary between the 3rd and 4th. And again, I'll just show you what the current is so you can get an idea of how that has changed. Here's our current district boundary. During the public comment, folks in Liggett expressed a desire that they should be in the 3rd district because they're a community of interest on the northern 101 corridor, just as Laytonville is. And that's true. But in retrospect, they've been part of the 4th district for over 50 years. So we didn't really make a change there. The idea was we had to increase population in the 4th district and reduce population in the 3rd district. So that meant somewhere this line had to be moved inland. And In this case, we moved it inland, and this is pretty much along Spy Rock Road. And here's Bell Springs Road coming up here. So what the change did was put the Bell Springs area into the 3rd district, and a large part of what would be considered Spy Rock area, Spy Rock Road area, into the 3rd district. There was some comments about the Spy Rock School, which is located right here, and that would remain in the 3rd district. As you can see, the boundary is Spy Rock Road itself at this area. Given the population disparity, of course, that wasn't enough to alleviate the or to achieve the population balance that's required. So what, the other areas of population, if you wanted to maintain as much as Laytonville and its community of interest in the 3rd district, would be to come down here in the southeastern corner of District 4 and move that inland. This boundary here is pretty much the railroad tracks. You can see the switchbacks of the railroad. It comes up to the Brook Trails subdivision right at Ridge Road and touches upon it right here, but leaves the vast majority of Brook Trails, and it's a census designated place in the 3rd district. And again, that boundary line comes pretty close to Willits. Your KOA campground is right in this area, if you're familiar with that. Here's Pepperwood Way and Quarry Road. Portions of Highway 20. And again, this is a tricky spot that 10 years ago, this area here was in, or prior to that, was in the 4th district. 10 years ago, we had a similar problem with the 5th district, and they did not have enough population. This area here was moved into the 5th district. And as you can see, we're moving this boundary back, capturing a lot of this area and putting it back in the 4th district to balance that population. We have had public comment from the, this is Muir Mill Road, and I can zoom in here a little bit. Walker Lake Road and Black Hawk Drive. Actual boundary is along Black Hawk Drive in this particular area. So in a sense, we're again pushing this area into another district, similar to what they were 20 years ago. So that eastern boundary of District 4 is the same in both version 9 and 10 of the draft maps. One of the other, getting some of the other comments that were we received from the public is this boundary here. Again, this was drawn along voter precincts back in 2011. We're using blocks, the actual block boundaries, and this is pretty much Russian Gulch right here. So it's essentially the same boundary, and a lot of public comment about keeping Mendocino in the 5th district, keeping Comchi in the 5th district, and keeping Casper all in one district. There was some comment about putting this line up here, which would of course made balancing the population in the 4th district even more difficult, but overwhelming amount of public comment saying no, this area south of Casper is part of the Casper community and they wanted to remain all in one district. So we were able to do that and this line right here will be the same in both draft 9 and 10. This boundary here, you can see here's the current boundary. So it was moved south. This is Big River. So a lot of this land up here is sparsely populated. It's the Conservation Fund's land and Mendocino Redwood land. And you don't actually get any substantial population until you get over here. into the Mirror Mill and Walker Road areas. Some of the public comment we had early on was to, let's zoom out a little bit, make the 5th district more coastal and especially more compact. And of course, the Hopland area, a lot of interest there in trying to be part of more of an inland district. So early on, we found that we probably could accommodate that. And in so doing, we looked at the Highway 101 corridor and tried to see, is it possible to get all the 5th district east of the, west of that 101 corridor? So there's not a lot of population right in here, and that was an easy change. It was already, this is the Central Avenue, Calpella, Yuba Drive area, and that was already in the 1st district. And then there's a few blocks out here that don't have any population, but are up to the first ridge line west of the city of Ukiah. We're able to get that into the 2nd district. The major substantial change, reducing the area of the 5th district quite a bit, was we were able to get everything on the east of 101, south of Ukiah, into the 1st district. Going west of Highway 101 to include all of we didn't want to split the Hopland census designated place. And the commission even looked at trying to pick up more of the Hopland community of interest to get into the 1st district, so keep that as a complete community of interest. Now, rightfully so, there's probably areas around here that still consider themselves, and rightfully so, part of the Hopland community of interest. But again, it's what can we do and still balance that population? Now, draft map 9 and draft map 10, their boundary is the same along this southern Highway 101 corridor. The main difference in that boundary is around the city of Ukiah, and I'll show you that in just a minute. The other area that's a little bit different, in draft map 10, we're looking at extending District 1 again into the 3rd district, because even the changes we made over in the 4th district, we still needed to get rid of, transfer more of the population out of the 3rd district. So we're able to do a little bit of that by bringing this boundary north a bit. And there was mention of a Cave Creek subdivision. This is the current boundary line. That's been kept the same in draft map 10. And you can see it does split the Cave Creek subdivision somewhat. And we've really had no public comment from this area of the county. However, in an attempt to balance the population, and I'm going to show you that real quick here. The map is pretty similar to the north, although this is draft 9, picks up a little bit more area to the north, but it also picked up this whole area here and kept the Cave Creek subdivision all in one district, but transferred most of it from the 3rd district to the 1st district. There was some comments about how the folks here, what is their community of interest? We haven't heard from them, and we didn't want to assume that they thought that they were, even though transportation-wise, they may come down Tomkai into Redwood Valley, especially in the winter, versus, going up north of Tomkai into Canyon Road or Hurst Willits Road. So in version 10, we put that back to the way it currently is, and you can see that how that works. This boundary is essentially the same up there in both drafts, but that's a change between draft 9 and draft 10. And this being draft 10, we just kept the boundary as it currently is. So going back down to Ukiah, we'll zoom in a little bit. So as Chairman Kyle was mentioning, we have a lot of small blocks that are densely populated, and moving any of them around affects the population greatly. So you can see, I'll turn this off. Again, here's the current boundary. So in District 1 currently includes this little neighborhood north of Norgard Lane, and these neighborhoods here between the airport and South State Street. And here's Plant Road down here, Norgard Lane being here. So draft 9, and trying to, a lot of public comment about these areas. They're developed areas outside of the city for the most part, but adjacent to the city that, rightfully so would consider Ukiah as their community of interest. So a lot of public comment we received from this area was, can we get some of these neighborhoods into the 2nd district? This was an attempt to try to do that. So I'll turn off the existing. You can see in version 9, we were able to include this little area here, Homo Lane and Norgard, and again, South State Street, between South State Street and the airport, down to Norgard Lane. That the proposal is to include that into the 2nd district, take it out of the 1st district, put it into the 2nd district. Now the difference between 9 and 10, we revisited this area and extended that. It's the same, except we've extended it down to Plant Road. So in draft map 10, this whole area now is taken from the 1st district and put into the 2nd district. The other and probably even more difficult area was this neighborhood here, these drives, Infidel, outside of the city boundary, but adjacent to and just north of the city boundary. And draft 9, the boundaries are the same. I'll show you the current boundary, and as the boundary is the same as in draft 9 and 10. So the current supervisorial boundary is this area was in District 1. This part of it was in District 2. One of the things that happened is, the census blocks do change from one census to the next. And the census block that includes this area now includes this part as well. So you'll see a difference there in the drafts 9 and 10. So there's the boundary in draft 9, and it went up a little bit here because that's, we have no way of accurately calculating a split block. So at this point in time anyway. What we've done though is we've taken up to North State Street on the eastern edge and Despina Drive here on the western edge, and included this in District 1 to balance that population. There's about a little over 1,000 people in this south of Lovers Lane to Empire Drive area, and taking that chunk of people and adding it anywhere is very difficult because it's going to put you over the population thresholds, and you won't meet your variation from an average. District 10 is the same boundary in this area. One of the things that the commission did look at was, well, what if we took part of this and put it over in District 1 and tried to put as much in District 2? We've even went back to the south end of town and put that area we included in District 2 back into District 1 and see if we could change up here again. But there wasn't any way we could do it without splitting this neighborhood into 3 different districts. And I think it was the consensus of the commission, although the chairman could correct me if I'm wrong, that it was better to keep it whole and in one district or the other. as much as possible. So they kind of just left it this way as not being able to do what the commission would hope to do, and is including that in the second district. So this was the second best thing that they could accomplish in this area. As Chairman Farmer mentioned, there may be room for some fine tuning here, but given the time constraints, this is the proposal that they came up with that most could agree to. And again, it's the same in version 9 and 10. The one difference in this area, other than the south of town, again, as I mentioned before, I'm going to zoom out a little bit. So these particular blocks, I can show you. So your block boundaries are in blue. We have several blocks in this area. They don't have population according to the census. This one does, of course, but these that we added were pretty much coming up along the ridge line here. You'll see Gibson Creek coming up here, Doolin Canyon Drive over here. And one of the issues that the commission was looking at was to extend this area out to the western hillsides west of Ukiah. As you can see here, Pine Ridge Road, Knoxville Road, and out Low Gap more than likely consider themselves, their community of interest to be Ukiah. And one of the issues they were looking at was trying to extend this outward. So we did extend it outward to the ridgeline, but the next block over is a very large block. It wraps around all the way to Fir Crest and Crestview Drive, comes out here to Pine Ridge Road, and back up along Low Gap. And there would have been, in just this one block, too much population. It would put Ukiah way over the average deviation from the deviation from the average in their population. So it was kind of stopped right there as the best option that we could achieve and still balance population. As you can see, the city of Ukiah and the city of Ukiah census designated place is entirely within the second district, except for these two outlying areas, which is Riverside Park and the sewer treatment plant, which have a zero permanent population. And of course, all the census designated places in the first district are kept whole: Hopland, Talmadge, Calpella, Redwood Valley, and Potter Valley. Those are the differences between draft map 9 and draft map 10. Just turn off a few of these things and make the map a little bit more easy to look at. So that's the two versions that are in front of you now, and I'll turn that back over to just to Sherry. I'll keep this map here, and if the board has any questions or they want to see anything in more detail or take a look at what it would be like if they adjusted any of these numbers, we can do that here today as well.
Okay. Supervisor McGordy.
Leif, I think I talked to you this before about the Hopland boundary on the west. Is it Highway 101 when you get north of town?
North of Ukiah?
No, north of Hopland.
It is Highway 101 both north and south. And if it helps here, I can change the base map so you can see a little bit. So here is Highway 101. And here's Highway 175. Here's Old Hopland. Here's Hopland. This boundary here goes out Felice Creek. It does not include this area right in here, which we get a road name on there. So the boundary, most of the Hewitt-Struvent Road is would be in the 1st district, but once you get up to the northern half of that road, the western side is still in the 5th district. If that gives you a bit more detail. Down here we have Road 110 and Valise Creek Road coming out to the junction, pretty much that in Road 110. And then we go down to, here's where it deviates from Duncan Springs Road right here. Duncan Springs Road takes off into the 5th district, and pretty much that's the boundary along the creek there. I believe that's a creek, yes.
Well, I don't think the population north of there, the delineated area that you have there as we start leaving Hopland and we're headed towards Ukiah, would it change much if we were to move the line away from 101 so that it includes people who are basically really consider themselves Hopland? So I'm thinking like the Nelson Ranch and some of that area. So that would be up by Retech. Just a few properties that right now are in the 5th district that have Hopland addresses, and I just wonder if we could move the boundary a little bit more west.
So the 1st district in version 10, draft 10, would have a population of 18,171 folks. It's just under the average, so it's balanced population to the average is quite good at this point. You could add population to that, possibly another 200 or 300 people. But where you add that population from starts to become the problem. Here, District 5, which would be the area that you'd be taking population away from, only has 17,938 people at this point. So their deviation from the average is 2.11%, and that's getting up there. Taking a couple hundred people away from them could be problematic in balancing the population. And we can certainly take a look at that. We have another application that we can show really quickly what that might look like. But it has less detail to see what the underlying land use and population is. But it will tell us the numbers as we move blocks around. We can look at that if the board chooses to do so.
I have a question to Glenn's point. If the legal requirement is that we stay under 10% and we're at 2.2 now, wouldn't it be better to not split a community of interest? Well, why are we being so conservative trying to keep it at 2% if 10% is the threshold?
Well, this number here is just the deviation of the population of this district from the average, which is 18,325. That's a gauge that you can use. The deviation for draft 10, or what we call the variation between the least populated district and the most populated district, is at this point, given the current boundaries of draft 10, is 7.62%. So you're getting close to that 10%. And I believe that we need to be under 10%, not at 10%.
Understood, but we can do some more shifting. So I support Supervisor McGuarty. If he has a line in mind, maybe we could try drawing it. Is there a census block that would keep that community together?
Well, let's switch the map application and we can explore that. So it'll take a minute to bring up the different map application.
Kyle, while Leap is pulling that up, do you have a comment you want to make?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of follow up with Ted's comment that if you look at the numbers, and if the numbers we're trying to hold ourselves to is the total deviation from smallest to largest, and you look at the deviation from average district population, since we're working with draft map 10 right now, all of these same changes could be easily transferred to draft map 9, or since the changes are so small, you could stick with draft map 10 and continue to incorporate. But if you look at district 4 is at -4.28, so that's our smallest district. And then the largest district at this point is district 2 at 3.62. So those in terms of maintaining that 10%, or let's call it a 7.6% deviation that we're trying to hold ourselves to, within that largest district and that smallest district, you are not going to change the total deviation. So really, from a numbers perspective, you can bring District 5 to -4.28 without actually changing the total deviation. If you get past -4.28, which is the boundary that's currently being held by District 4, you will start, increasing the total deviation. But inside, that's the right and left side of the road in a way.
That's helpful. Thank you.
One of the issues we have is we have this is agricultural land, so you do have some pretty good sized blocks. But going up to the area of retech, again, here's retech right here. Nab Ranch Road. So we have several blocks in here. Just as an example, select some of those. It's a very large block there, McNabb Ranch. I'm not really certain which areas you're looking at, but this would be just due west of. Then we have a gap in here, which doesn't make that very compact. So keeping it more compact, we're looking at this. We can see what the numbers would look like. So as again, District 1, as I mentioned, you could add a couple hundred population to it with not quite. About 200 people we just added. Their deviation from the average is really still good. The problem being is you're getting down in here, you're -3.35. Again, as Chairman Farmer was discussing, that variation between the least populated and most populated are, again, your lowest populated being the 4th district. And in this draft 10, the 2nd district would be your most populated by 2 people over the 3rd district. But so what you're doing is you're finding the difference, the variation between the 4th district and the 2nd district. So as long as you don't get fewer people in the 4th district, I mean, fewer people in the 5th district than you have in the 4th district, you're not going to change that overall unless you add people to District 2 and make that larger, if that makes sense. One of the things, though, I think that has been brought up both in the public comment and on the commission is that we've seen the coastal districts are growing slower than the inland districts. So if we start off now with both of our coastal districts being the lowest populated ones, what will happen in 10 years? You know, that's not a task before us today, but that has been brought up in public comment. So we're getting pretty close right here. There may be room to add some more. We could take a look at that and see how that changes the numbers. Not sure exactly.
You know, quite honestly, Leif, that addresses most of my concerns, I think, right now. I just wanted to be sure that Hopland was Hopland and kind of stayed together. And what you've shown in that polygon is pretty close to what I think most people think is being Hopland.
I support it as well.
I zoom out a little bit. I think you get an idea how that would change the boundary.
Because when you get north of your blue line, the hills get very, very steep there, and I don't think very many people live in that area. It's mostly forested and rangeland.
Yeah, until you get to this little valley here, and Robinson Creek area.
Right. There's quite a lot of population in there.
But you know, getting up in here, then you're almost getting to that point where are your community of interest Ukiah or Hopland?
It's Ukiah. I think it sort of stops pretty much at Nelson Ranch. When we're looking at doing a American viticultural area, we sort of identified Burke Hill Road as being sort of the limit between what viticulturally we thought of as Hopland and Ukiah Valley. So that does it. You pretty much have it there.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Hashak?
Yeah, so does that area include McNabb Ranch?
It includes parts of McNabb Ranch.
Because I think they'd be included in, in the Hopland area too. But I guess that, my concern would be if we've got the 4th district at 4% under the average, and then we're looking at the 5th being 3.35% under the average, we're looking at the one person, one vote, then it just seems like the inland communities would be underrepresented.
Yeah, that's funny. I see it a little bit differently. I see them as being overrepresented as one person, one vote, because the interior districts of 1st, 2nd, and 3rd would have more people than the coastal districts.
Right, but because you have more people, you only have the same number of representatives.
Mm-hmm.
So it's
Correct.
like California versus Wyoming for senators, right? Not to that extreme, but.
That's one of the reasons, if I may, it's one of the reasons we look at how each district population deviates from the average, and not just the variation between the least populated and the most populated, so that we can have a better gauge on a district by district level how far away we're getting from that one person, one vote. And you're right, if you have fewer people, you have more representation than if you have more people and you only have one supervisor.
Okay, Supervisor Williams, then Kyle.
Well, and how long does it take you to get to Hopland?
From where I live, it takes about 15 minutes.
Yeah, so it takes me an hour and 40. And there's no way to put the town of Mendocino, Walla, and Hopland into one district. I mean, you can have somebody in the middle and they'll spend as much time as I do trying to drive the perimeter of it. So I think less critical is a one person, one vote than having somebody who's 15 minutes away. That's better representation. Doesn't matter who's in these seats. It's just not as, I don't think the balance of population is as critical as having a representative proximate.
I think you're right. And for me to drive to the other side of the Eel River, kind of northwest of or northeast of here is not easy. So I wouldn't see those constituents very often in the normal course of life.
Okay, Kyle, then Supervisor Heshak.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that, I spent quite a bit of time reading all these letters, and there was almost no letters were actually asking to do anything that would have made their district smaller. So then in a way, the public was telling us that under these different weighed understandings of what fair representation means, and there's many of these definitions, and they all sort of interact with each other in interesting ways. But what we were hearing from the public was that they wanted their districts to be bigger. In the case of, trying to move Laytonville to include more of Laytonville, the first including Hopland, other than the fifth, that was the only one that they wanted to be smaller. And so in a way that I think that it's important to note that you could then say that they were actually asking that their vote count less under those definitions, because it was important to them that their votes count more in the more pragmatic sort of capacity of a human being to represent them, which is what Supervisor Williams is sort of referencing. So the public interest, the community of interest letters that we were receiving were pretty much unanimously asking us to stress community of interest dynamics. I mean, we're still clearly setting ourselves for this limit here. That's a fair limit, but that's what we were hearing from the public.
Supervisor Heshak.
Thank you, Chair Judy. So, yeah, we're talking driving time and everything. We shouldn't be considering the personalities, who's got the place right now. But when just in reference to the changes that are being made, look at how long it takes to get from Fort Bragg, say, to the outreaches of Bell Springs. And so when we're looking at making that change.
On that point, I believe former Supervisor John Pinches will now be in the 4th District. And we know his house is very near the Trinity County line. Supervisor Mulhern.
Should we take a poll of the board on this proposed change?
Yes.
Okay. So you're saying the lines that were just drawn here in the meeting, it's sort of an expanded Hopland zone. Is that you're talking about that?
Yes. Yeah. Adding a little bit more of the area near Hopland to the 1st District.
Well, clearly I support it.
I support it.
I support it as well.
Yeah, I'll go along with it.
Okay, and I guess that needs to be added to a map number 12. And we know that LEAF has, what, about less than 24 hours to publish one final map?
We can do that.
Kyle, do you have another comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to briefly respond to what John had to say, which was clearly true. But I do think we have to remember that the changes that we're talking about making between 1 and 5 are opportunistic with the tide of the population. 5 grew this time around. There had been interest in doing this 10 years ago, but that wasn't the case. And clearly what you're saying with Bell Springs in terms of the drive time from Fort Bragg is true. But in the case of the line between 3 and 4, that we were really just backed, to the edge of a cliff trying to figure out how to do the right thing there. So those 2 lines are different. One was sort of an opportunity to try to make them make more sense, and the other was really a pure compromise in terms of trying to balance the population.
Do we, I can't see any of the others, all of the commissioners. Are there any other members of the advisory commission that would like to speak?
I would just like to, this is Dee Pallison, in case you can't see me. I support this map 12. My whole focus has been trying to get as much of the western side of the Ukiah and Sunel Valley into the inland districts as possible. And I think that not only alleviates the pressure on the District 5 supervisor with this broad expanse of area and community that he needs to represent, but it just makes more sense to have the Western Hills in the inland district. So I like to see this. I wish we could add more to District 2 and District 1 on this side. So I think every little bit helps. Thank you.
Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Judy. So, when we started this process, everyone was saying, well, 10 years ago, when the supervisors created a commission, then they got the recommendations from the commission and disregarded them. And so I think this process has been a very good process. And I really appreciate all that the commissioners did and the staff. And I think that, we have this iteration, even if we go to the 12th iteration, it's much better than what we started with. And I really appreciate, that the commission listened to the people and really got out there and tried to find out what the people wanted. And I think that means a lot to the democratic process in our county. Certainly it's painful to, I'm losing some of Spy Rock and then Bell Springs and part of Brook Trails. It's painful to lose those, but at the same time, it's the process that we have to do and the legal, constrictions that we have. So I really appreciate everything that the people have done. And if we go to this map 12, I'm fine with that. That's it.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Hashak. Supervisor McGordy.
Yeah, just to echo what Supervisor Haschak has said, we've had a really great team, and I knew it when I saw who volunteered to work on this process, and backed up by Leaf, who I've known for years, is one of the most knowledgeable GIS people. Is the most knowledgeable GIS person in Mendocino County, as far as I can tell. I thought the outcome might be really good, and I'm very happy with what we have here. It makes much more sense than the old district boundaries.
All right, thank you. Mary?
Mary Sadie, member of the commission. I think the logic for the addition to Hopland is there. It makes a lot of sense. It certainly fits to my feelings about that area, if the numbers will bear. And, I think you ought to also consider your legal counsel as to how are we standing in terms of numbers and her concerns about any legal challenges. I personally prefer this, and I think map 12 looks very good, but I think you should consult. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I don't see this as the 5th district giving up anybody. I see it as the county providing better representation. And I really appreciate Dee advocating. We have, difficult geography and population distribution, but I think this gets us in much better shape than we've been.
Yes.
All right. Do we have any public comment on this agenda item?
On the line, we have Ron Edwards.
Yes, I'd like to thank the commission. I mean, you guys did an incredible job, an incredibly open process. As I mentioned earlier, the access to your meetings was just amazing and a model for the county. It also shows that, part of the problem that Mendocino has is how diverse it is and how hard it is to get across the county. And I don't know in the general plan if they are going to be taking the trends that you have seen going forward and preparing for the next redistricting 10 years from now. And also, I know the county has offices in Ukiah and offices on the coast, and I don't know if it's possible in the future for these larger districts, as you're talking, the time to travel from Fort Bragg to Bell Springs or from the town of Mendocino over to the inland areas, if there is a way to accommodate those supervisual districts with a satellite office that maybe will allow those supervisors to have more access, or actually the public in those areas to have more access to those supervisors. I think that that would be a really helpful thing to think about going forward, and particularly when you're doing the planning on this. So I really appreciate the effort in these maps. And again, these small changes will be making an effect down the road. And so I think that a lot of times we just like to focus on what's happening now instead of looking at the large picture. So if the Board of Supervisors can think about that maybe in 5 years of where they have to do planning, that might be a good little marker to put down. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Okay, right. Supervisor Hashak.
Well, I'll make the motion to consider map 12 and have the appropriate study done on it by County Council and Lee Farr.
Second. And is that the recommended action?
Well, the recommended action is to have that considered and then bring it back to us for final approval.
So it's the recommended action as applied to map 12.
Right.
Second.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I believe Chair Farmer made a comment at the beginning of this segment of the meeting about the second district and trying to figure out what we can do with this area. I appreciate the work that the commission has done to at least narrow it down to 2 supervisors instead of 3, but it seems as though this area, at least for the city of Ukiah and the second district, is a decades old challenge that we face. And so I'm happy to support map 12 today, but I do think it's important that we continue to have the discussion about how that can be improved in the future.
Okay, can we have a roll call vote?
Yes. Supervisor Hashtak.
Yes.
Supervisor Williams.
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Yes.
And Supervisor McGordy.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Right, well, thank you everyone who volunteered their time to serve on the Citizens Advisory Committee, and as well as everyone in county staff who put in the extra hours to put these maps together, get public input, respond to public input with a very short compressed time frame. Thank you very much. So looking at the clerk of the board, we had one item scheduled for this morning that's being, I want to confirm this, it's being rescheduled for next Monday, and that's item 5B, the possible acceptance of presentation from Adventist Health Wellbeing Program. Is that true?
Yes, Chair Doherty, this is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty. Agenda item 5B has been withdrawn at the request of the department and to be heard at a later date.
Okay. And looks like that would put us at item 6B, the Drought Task Force next. Is that item ready to move ahead?
Yeah, I believe so. It's a report from Supervisor McGordy and I guess we're going to do it before item 5D. But Supervisor McGordy and I have had a series of conversations with people in the community. Yesterday, we had a meeting with a good group from diverse sectors of the county talking about water extraction and what we can do, as far as the legal and what the county's doing. So I think we're going to proceed with those conversations. And, we stopped hauling water to the coast. And so that's saving the county some money. And I think that one of the things that we really realize, and Supervisor McGordy might chime in on this, is that we need, whenever we're considering anything with water, we have a lack of knowledge about what's going on in some of these aquifers and areas of the county. So I think more education, more research on what we have is a requirement. And then also what enforcement and would be needed to whatever direction we go with it. So Supervisor McGordy.
I just want to build on that a little bit. Yesterday, I think we had a very good session on groundwater, and we had Attorney Phil Williams, who is a specialist in water, talk a little bit about what exactly your property rights are for groundwater and how it's regulated. And we found out that, yes, indeed, the county can have some authority to regulate groundwater. And we've discussed among ourselves how difficult it is, though, because of enforcement. The concern being primarily of selling groundwater in places where the aquifer is limited, of people selling water in those places to anybody, but especially to illegal cannabis grows, because that seems to be a serious irritation to many in the community about illegal grows and trucking water. So we're still discovering that enforcement's quite difficult because if it involves trucks that you're talking highway patrol and they don't enforce local ordinances, the sheriff would have a very difficult time doing it. So we're still trying to gather information to see if there's anything that might be possible for us to do. It could be that we could have an ordinance that requires anybody selling water to be registered with the county. And then if it's going to be potable water, it gets more involved because then they have to be also registered with environmental health in the state of California. So we're learning these things, and Supervisor Hasjack and I are weighing whether it's practical for us to move forward with, and County Council, to move forward with an ordinance specifically to regulate the selling and transportation of groundwater in Mendocino County. One other development I wanted to mention is that there is an application that Sonoma County Water Agency has put forward to Department of Water Resources to do some studies on the Potter Valley project and especially on the impact of the Yellow River water on groundwater. So I wrote a letter, which I'm authorized to do as chair of the Ukiah Valley Basin Sustainable Groundwater Agency, supporting the application for the study. And if it's funded, it'll address some groundwater issues in Sonoma County, but also studies that need to be done about the transfer of the interest of PG&E project to a coalition of or a joint powers authority. We don't know how it'd be structured, but basically preserve our water rights from the over to be able to divert them to the Russian River basin. So that's happening. And then the final thing is that the interest in groundwater also is there, and we again, maybe Howard can address this a little bit. We have authorized Larry Walker and Associates to do some of these studies, very preliminary studies, possibly, or at least write a grant to do some of these preliminary studies and the other important aquifers in Mendocino County, such as Long Valley, Little Lake Valley, and Round Valley. So that's something else that we're working on, kind of as the Drought Ad Hoc Task Force.
Well, thank you for that update. Supervisor Hashik, you have something else to add?
Well, I was gonna, just talk about that. The grant for the Urban Multi-Benefit Drought Relief Grant Program. And so I think that Howard DeShiel, Director of Transportation, who's also heading the incident commander for the drought, is probably the person to talk to about that grant. So if Howard DeShiel is on the line.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Howard DeShiel, Director of Transportation. I would just add to what Supervisor Hashcheck and McGordy have said. It is true, we quit hauling water to Fort Bragg on October 6th. The last load went over. But just to give you an idea of how bad the drought is for the folks on the coast, Fort Bragg continues to sell water, albeit at a small rate. There are still coastal residents that are withdrawing water from the account, 3,000 to 6,000 gallons a day. So they're not out of it yet. The good news is, though, that with the grant funds we received, I believe the county's cost is capped at about $45,000. We are using all grant funds from the water we hauled over that's kind of sitting there in a water account. And I just wanted to add that. Now I want to get to Supervisor Hashcheck specifically asked me to talk about the Urban Multi-Benefit grant that we're working with direct negotiations with Larry Walker and Associate to prepare that grant. I plan to, at the Drought Ad Hoc of the 16th, have the scope of what that will be, but both the ad hoc supervisors are correct. We're really hoping that that grant will pay for some data collection of what basins around the county are experiencing, what their levels are. We're hopeful that that'll be a successful grant and we'll be able to obtain a lot of data and also do a lot of informed planning and have a strategic plan for water supply going forward. So I hope I answered the questions. With that, I will entertain any other questions.
All right, not seeing any. Do we have any public comments on this agenda item?
There's no public comment on this item.
Okay, well, stay with us, Howard. I think the next item might also be related to your work and the ad hocs, and that is item number 5D, which is resolution approving Department of Transportation Agreement number 21054, professional services with GEI Consultants in the amount of $306,000. Who would like to start the discussion on this one?
Well, Mr. Chair, Howard DeShield again, your Director of Transportation. This is a little different than drought response in that this effort stems from direction the board gave staff in June during the budget hearings when we decided that we really should look at a water agency that's more than what it is right now. Presently, the board has a water plan of action they adopted in 2015. On page 5 of that report, it does say that, that our plan was to meet the state mandates, the required mandates. And the contract before you today is really has a scope of work starting on page 14 going to page 17, that is proactive. It looks at what a water agency could be. Sure, drought response would be part of that, but also, really digging down, looking at the data we have, looking at what the stakeholders of interest would need or see in the future, and then looking at a staff and expertise within the county that would meet those needs. And most importantly, this scope of work includes experts in the water business, people who've worked for county and state water agencies, who know where funding is, would know the ins and outs of even increasing the amount of funding that comes to the water agency, which right now, short of grants, is a very small amount, about $160,000 a year. So this scope, I think, will build a water agency that can meet not only the drought challenges that we may face in the future, but also have a agency that is can go into the future financially and budget-wise sustainable. And just to add one other thing, some folks in the public think that this work is for a consultant to be the water agency. Our hope is that this work is done in 4 to 5 months, and that we're standing up a new water agency about the time we go into the next year's fiscal year. So in the meantime, Department of Transportation, Solid Waste and Water Division will continue to meet our mandates as we've been doing. And we really hope that this effort by the consultant will lead us into a better water future. And with that, I'll take questions.
Thank you, Howard. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. It's a lot of money that we're talking about for this, but I really believe that this is our way forward as a county and to secure a water future for everyone. When we're talking about what we need to do as a county with water, we can't go through what we just went through with the coast situation. That was an emergency situation, and we weren't really well prepared for it. I think with this approach that Howard has laid out, we will have a future for water in this county, and that it's a lot of money up front, but it will save us because the idea is to figure out how to make it self-sustainable without using general fund money. So we put the money up front, and then I think we'll reap the benefits in the long term, and we'll be able to get those grants and everything that will serve all the people of our county, inland and on the coast, because we're just going to have more and more water problems going into the future, and we need to be able to deal with it. And Howard and Amber Bissett have done an incredible job in doing the water agency business, but within the purview of the Department of Transportation. But it's beyond them at this point, and we need to, the board has said in the past that we need to go to this water agency model, and I really think that this is the right approach to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor McGordy.
Well, to quote Leon Panetta, we either govern by leadership or by crisis, and this is a case in point. I think we've been sort of bumbling along with a water policy for years and years, and it is on the face of it a little bit expensive, but I think of what we spend on social programs in Mendocino County exceeds us greatly, and we do that pretty willingly. We need to spend some money on us to increase the reliability of our basic infrastructure. And as I think about it, who we will be working with will end up with a good product, just based on who they are, and also with Howard kind of watching what's happening, as being kind of our shepherd here in this operation. It's going to be successful, and then we'll end a lot of questions and have a path forward, which is something that we need, because this is a big deal, and this is something that we, as an organization and a board, need to face straight on and take care of once and for all, because this is a can that's been kicked down the road for a long, long time, and we can't do it anymore because we just don't have the kind of resiliency due to climate change and things that we have in the past. So we really need to invest in this particular issue and come up with good solutions.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Move the recommended action.
Second.
I think we had 3 seconds there. Who seconded first?
I did.
Okay. Do we have any public comment on this agenda item?
There is no public comment on this item.
Okay, can we have roll call?
Yes. Supervisor Mulherin?
Yes.
Supervisor Jordy?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashchak?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. And with that, I think it takes us to what I believe might be our last item of the day. We have a notice public hearing, discussion of possible action, including adoption of a resolution amending the Mendocino County General Plan, Coastal Element, chapters 3.2, 3.3, 3.3, and 3.9.
Chair,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Chair Jordy, before we move on, there is a matter of on agenda item 6B, I believe that Director DeShiel was requesting some direction be given, and I want to make sure that he receives that if needed.
Okay, great. Howard, did you have anything else you needed?
No, I basically reported out that you'll see a written grant scope on the 16th, and then I can get more direction then. That was more of an update for today. So I'm done.
Okay, great. Okay. Let's see. This updating the general plan, coastal element, chapters 3.2, 3.3, and 3.9 to establish policies for accessory dwelling units in the coastal zone of Mendocino County, and adoption of an ordinance amending Mendocino County Code, Title 20, Division 2, Chapter 20.308, 20.316, 20.456, 20, etc., to establish regulations for accessory dwelling units in the coastal zone. And this is being brought forward by the Planning and Building Services. This is a public hearing. I'm looking at the clerk. Have we established proper notice for today's hearing?
Yes, Chair Jordy, proper notice has been established.
Okay, then at 3:05, we're going to open the public hearing. And board and clerk, have we noted all correspondence received on this item?
Yes, all correspondence received has been attached to the item and published.
All right, thank you. Right, with that, I guess we're ready to hear the staff presentation.
Thank you, Chair Jordy. Julia Krog, Assistant Director, Planning and Building Services. We are very excited to bring this item forward today for your consideration. With me today, I do have Linda Roofing of North Coast Community Planning, who has been our consultant on this item. And also on the line, we do have Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski as well. So with that, I'm actually going to go ahead and hand this over to Ms. Roofing to do the presentation on this ordinance and general plan amendment. Thank you. And Linda, you're on mute.
Thank you, Assistant Director Krog. Good afternoon, Chair Jordy, members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Linda Roofing of North Coast Community Planning, and it is a real pleasure to be here today for what may be the final board action on a local coastal program amendment to create a regulatory structure allowing accessory dwelling units in the coastal zone. I am going to share my screen, and I've got a PowerPoint for you today. Okay, so are you looking at the actual PowerPoint? Okay, thank you. Okay, so The LCP amendment includes modifications to both the coastal element of the general plan and the coastal zoning code. It's intended to allow for accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units in compliance with state laws and with the intention of increasing the availability of affordable housing in the coastal zone. We've attempted to mirror the inland regulations while addressing the coastal resource protection requirements that accompany development in the coastal zone. Our intent was to establish as simple and streamlined a process as possible. And lastly, in accordance with state law, the process for approval of ADUs in the coastal zone does not require a public hearing. Oops. So as a bit of background, the board authorized submittal of the LCP amendment application almost 2 years ago to the day. It took several months of back and forth for the commission to accept the application as complete. As part of that process, county staff submitted a number of requested friendly modifications to the LCP amendment to address changes in state legislation, to provide clarification, and to correct minor errors in the original submittal. Then came the lengthy process of negotiating with commission staff over their, quote, suggested modifications, which are actually required changes. We came back to the board in June of this year with a summary of the commission's changes to the LCP amendment and discussed the most substantive ones pertaining to development of ADUs on lands with resource zoning designations and the blanket prohibition on vacation home rentals on parcels with ADUs or junior accessory dwelling units. The Coastal Commission certified the LCP amendment with all of their suggested modifications in September, and in October, the Planning Commission adopted a resolution recommending that the Board of Supervisors approve the LCP amendment with 2 minor revisions. Following the June update that we provided to the Board of Supervisors, the Coastal Commission suggested one other substantive change to the LCP amendment, and that was to modify the procedure for approval of ADUs that don't meet the objective criteria that are established for the ministerial approval process. That's the approval process that will be done by staff. Whereas previously the amendment had established a simple checklist for the ministerial CPs, ADUs requiring more in-depth evaluation to ensure compliance with coastal resource protections were subject to the standard coastal development permit process, which included a public hearing. In the LCP amendment that the Coastal Commission certified, we made these more complex ADUs subject to an administrative CDP process in order to meet the state requirement that ADUs be approved without a local public hearing. So I'm just going to take a minute to quickly review the general and the specific requirements for ADUs as established in the LCP amendment. There's a 500 unit cap established for ADUs outside of the Wallala Town Plan area and a 100 unit cap for ADUs within the Wallala Town Plan area. There's no cap on the number of junior accessory dwelling units. There's a blanket prohibition on vacation home rentals on properties with an ADU or a JADU. No more than one other accessory living unit is permitted on a parcel in addition to an ADU or a JADU. And so those are like the guest cottages or detached bedrooms. The floor area limitation for detached ADUs is 1,200 square feet, and the floor area limitation for attached ADUs is 1,200 square feet or no more than 50% of the area of the existing dwelling, whichever is greater or lesser. The other ADU requirements include sign off by the Division of Environmental Health on Water and Septic, a preliminary clearance letter from CAL FIRE and the local fire district. ADUs are prohibited in special flood hazard areas, and they're prohibited on parcels west of State Route 1 in the Wallala Town Plan area, and that's consistent with the existing Wallala Town Plan requirements for ADUs. For ministerial coastal development permits, the coastal resource protection requirements include a 100-foot setback from the edge of an environmentally sensitive habitat area, a 125-foot setback from the edge of the coastal bluff, except if the ADU is located within an existing permitted structure. If the ADU is in a designated highly scenic area, it must be permanently and entirely blocked from view from public roads, trails, beaches, parks, and waters used for recreational purposes. No more than 20 cubic yards of grading is permitted, and consistency with the agricultural and timber resource protection policies is required. On resource lands, ADUs need to be clustered with the primary residence or located within an existing legally authorized residential structure. At the board's June meeting, staff was directed to push back on the commission's requirement that detached ADUs on parcels with the resource zoning be set back no more than 50 feet from the primary residence. We did that. The commission heard the board and agreed to incorporate a 100-foot setback. So the process at this point is for the Board of Supervisors to adopt the general plan amendment by resolution, and then to adopt the Coastal Zoning Code amendment by ordinance. If those actions occur, then staff will submit the documentation of your actions to the Coastal Commission for their executive director checkoff process. And once the director confirms that the county's actions are consistent with the Coastal Commission's September actions to certify the LCP amendment, then the director reports that to the Coastal Commission, and then the LCP amendment will become effective. Our expectation is that that process could be wrapped up by January or February at the very latest. So the recommended action this afternoon for the board is to adopt the resolution approving the general plan amendment, adopt the ordinance amending the Mendocino County Coastal Zoning Code as recommended by the Planning Commission, with one exception, and this was explained in the agenda summary and the memo to the board, but that exception pertains to one of the edits suggested by the Planning Commission that's not recommended by County and Coastal Commission staff. And following the Planning Commission's hearing, and upon further review, it was determined that adding the phrase more than one a second time within section 20.458025A actually alters the meaning of that section and creates an inconsistency within the ordinance. So those three words are not included in that section in the ordinance that's in front of you today. And so that concludes the staff report. I'd be happy to answer any questions about the LCP amendment, the suggested modifications, or the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Supervisor Williams.
We need more affordable housing stock, market rate housing stock, especially on the coast. One of the sections that concerns me is 2458020 under F2, the deed restriction on vacation rental. So when I say we need more housing stock, we need more housing stock for people who actually live in our community. We probably, some people might think we need more vacation houses. Those are profit centers. It's not helping to protect the community. The concern is somebody who has a parcel with ample space and can meet the requirements to build an ADU may be willing to restrict that ADU to long-term rentals only. It's not a good business proposition. If you look at the cost of building in coastal, the headaches of getting through the regulatory process, pretty dismal return on investment for renting in the long-term market. There are people who will do it because they want to be part of the solution of creating more housing for people who live in our community. But if on top of that, we ask that they have a deed restriction that they can never vacation rental the existing dwelling, that's a taking of value from their parcel. I see this putting a damper on additional housing stock. And I guess I'm curious, did Coastal can consider this, that it may not actually be helping us add market rate housing stock in an area that desperately needs it? And where does the board sit on this particular issue?
So I can respond to that. The requirement for the deed restriction was intended to, and the requirement that vacation home rentals are not allowed on parcels was intended to actually ensure that the ADUs and the development of additional housing actually adds to the housing stock. This
But
was,
the,
in
but
fact,
the-
the issue that was brought to the Board of Supervisors in June.
So I've I've had people note, and some of these own properties that are in the vacation rental market, they may consider building an ADU, but if they have to lose the existing use of that parcel, no way. That's a showstopper. And so really reflecting on, will this move the needle? Will this generate more housing stock? I'm less and less convinced. I don't know what we do with that. My impression is Coastal has made suggestions, which suggestions we must follow. I don't know if there's much sense in pushing back, but seeing how few ADUs have been created inland, the additional cost of building in the coast, and now this restriction, we may legitimize some existing long-term rentals, some existing ADUs. I'm not convinced this will actually generate new housing.
Okay, Supervisor McGordy.
You bring up a lot of good points, and I'll just kind of add my own experiences. So we had a vacation rental on my property. There's a house that is about 100 feet from ours. It used to be on a different parcel, but then when we acquired the parcel we have now, we added it. So what we found, the vacation rental business in the interior was pretty good, but it still required a lot of maintenance in terms of having, especially people turn the place over. So we went to a short-term rental where we would rent primarily to visiting nurses and doctors, and that was very, very good. And then our present tenant is a pilot with CAL FIRE, and it was supposed to be short-term, and that was over a year ago, and we really like him. So what we're finding is that, and so it's still housing stock, it's still a place to live. What I think probably would happen in the case of a lot of ACUs on the coast would be a family that has a family member who's older maybe and wants to be near or can't take care of themselves anymore, but still would like to have a separate residence. And I think that's more the scenario that a lot of the ACUs are going to get used for, not necessarily affordable housing or any housing for the working population of the area. And you're right, we need to have more housing stock that is in town. So it's still a good thing, in my opinion. It still helps create a housing solution because, somebody who went through parents getting older and needing care and us needing to be near them, it's a great option.
But Glenn, one point of clarification. My concern is more narrow. It's in order to build this ADU, you have to obtain a deed restriction. Do you want to obtain a deed restriction? Your property becomes worth less.
Well, I don't know. There are other deed restrictions that people have.
You want to add one?
No, I really don't. I tend to be a little bit more libertarian about if it's your property, you should have as much freedom as possible, but we still have deed restrictions about PG&E is able to run power lines across my property, which I don't like, but it's there. It's just the nature of how we live and the agreements we make in our social contracts. And And this is one. It's basically saying, okay, we'll let you have an ACU on your property, but in exchange, you have to promise to use it a certain way. That's what we're saying.
No, very slight difference. We're not telling you what, if you build an accessory dwelling unit, how you can use that unit. We're telling you how you can use your existing house.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's really if we were restricting new units to long-term rental only, I think the community would support that. But if we're telling people you want to build one of these units to benefit the long-term rental market, and you're going to put a restriction on your house that will reduce its value, I think that'll put the brakes on. And I want to see more housing. And I see that this one clause has the effect of putting the brakes on.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a compromise. I wonder if it's, first of all, how strongly the Coastal Commission feels about it, and second of all, can we at least make it so that it applies to the ACU and not to everything?
So I see a hand raised from Julia, and maybe you could clarify. We were informed of the commission staff's request for amendments to our ordinance. Is this different from what we heard back in June, or is this what we heard in June?
This is what, excuse me, Julia Krog, Assistant Director. This is the same issue that the board heard in June of this last year. And if I may just speak to a couple points brought up, I think that this isn't the perfect solution to the housing crisis on the coast, but is a step in the right direction towards increasing the housing supply stock. The intention behind the Coastal Commission, as I understood it from our phone calls with the North Coast District Manager, Bob Merrill, was really to increase the supply of housing stock in the coast. And that what the fear was that if you allowed vacation home rental still of the primary dwelling, that many individuals would just build an ADU for them to live in and then rent out the vacation home rental on a short-term basis, because they would make substantially more money on a short-term rental basis than they do with long-term rental. And then you also have the less wear and tear on your structures as well. And so then with the other point on deed restrictions, maybe the board may not be aware, but deed restrictions are a commonly required condition in the coastal zone for all sorts of types of improvements. Development on a bluff-top parcel requires a deed restriction to prohibit the construction of shoreline protective devices. And then this actually are similar provisions in terms of the transferability of business licenses to what was adopted in the Mendocino Town Code as it relates to single unit rentals. And so the deed restriction, I can't speak to the board's concern about the loss in property value as a result of the deed restriction, but it is a commonly utilized practice within planning and building.
Well, so I'll say I'm not concerned about what someone may think of as a loss in property value. The operation of a bed and breakfast is a commercial activity, and Airbnb, we've seen it convert single family home after single family home after single family home on the Mendocino coast into a commercial business. Only rather than being concentrated on a small number of parcels like a bed and breakfast, it's now scattered among hundreds of parcels on the coast that once housed families. The population that we've just seen in the census reflects the loss of people living on the coast that don't show up in the census because of homes being converted to Airbnbs. The technology the Airbnbs offers makes operation of a dispersed bed and breakfast really pretty simple. And we also have heard from the true operators of bed and breakfast, the people who have payroll, have employees, pay payroll taxes, that they see Airbnb as being unfair competition because they see the operators of the Airbnbs as not paying payroll taxes, not providing insurance to the people who clean the toilets and change the beds. And so, I think there's a real decision that the public really needs to make and that the board needs to make, is residentially zoned parcels principally for residential uses. And if so, do Airbnbs fit into the principal permitted use of a residentially zoned parcel? And I think that's pretty questionable. I don't see this as being substantially different from what we heard. It sounds like maybe not everybody completely understood what the commission staff was requesting or insisting on, when we heard this in June, but it does seem to be that this is what we heard in June. And so I don't know exactly what we would do at this point after having concurred with what they were proposing in June. Anyway, so those are my thoughts on it. Supervisor Mulhern?
Wondering if we could move forward with the way that it's presented today and then have a review in, say, a year and see if there's been any movement on people adding ADUs. Maybe not a year, maybe 18 months, maybe 24 months, and then review it. And if we need to make any changes, do them then.
We could certainly do that. Yeah. I mean, I think there's quite a few people on the coast looking for the opportunity to build an ADU, and you know, there was a survey a few years ago in the Bay Area that was pretty extensive. It looked at people who built ADUs in the Bay Area, in multiple Bay Area cities, and what it found was that the vast majority, was a majority of the second units in the Bay Area were built, or I should say, were rented to people who were either considered to be family members or friends of the people who owned and lived at the residence. So I think when you look at the you know, the finances of building an ADU or converting a structure into an ADU, it's not always a strictly business decision. It's oftentimes a decision that's seen as benefiting a family member, a close friend, or that person maybe assisting the resident who lives on site. So I think there's multiple reasons why people convert structures into ADUs. Do we, if we don't have more board member comment, maybe this would be a time to see if we have any public comment on this public hearing.
Chair Jurdy, there is no public comment on this item.
Okay. Supervisor McGordy?
Well, it comes down to us, you know, noting what Supervisor Williams has said, but it comes down to us trying to make a policy decision about what we believe to be right. And I think it does increase our housing stock. It probably doesn't satisfy people who'd like to make an investment thinking that they might be able to rent part of their property out, but it probably does help people who are trying to house family members or friends.
Okay, well, with that, we're going to close the public hearing at 3:30 and looking to the board. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. Are you ready for a motion?
I think we are.
Okay, I would move the recommended action.
No, I would second it. Supervisor Mulhern, did you want to change anything?
No, I don't know. I don't think that we need to in the ordinance to have a review. I think that staff can just do that.
Okay, can we have a roll call?
Yes. Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashtag?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
And Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay. And thank you, Linda, for shepherding this project through. I know that negotiations with the Coastal Commission are not always simple, but you've been very helpful in working with the public and the Coastal Commission and navigating the Coastal Act.
You're welcome. It's been a pleasure working with your staff, and I'm happy to see this project through to completion.
Okay. All right, thank you. And we have no CEO report today, so we won't go to 5F, and we have no legislative updates, so we won't go to 5G. We've already had supervisor reports this morning. I believe that means we have no more agenda items for today's meeting. I'm looking to the clerk of the board. Did we still have any additional items on today's agenda?
No, I can confirm that we do not.
Okay. With that, we're remarkably able to conclude today's meeting by 3:32.